Good evening. Apologies for the delayed start. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, May 11th, 2023 at 6:23 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. The meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Is there, I would like to mention, as part of the discussion on that, we do have to move, or I would like to move that we move the public comment to a little later in the meeting because our legal counsel is reviewing some of the comments at this time. So legal counsel's not here. So without any objection, we will proceed. Is that correct protocol, Mr. Osbury? Okay, thank you. All right, so so all those in favor of the motion to move the public comment to a little later after legal counsel has reviewed, there's a motion by...
Yes, I move to move the public comment until later in the meeting after our council has had a chance to review it.
Thank you. And with a second by Trustee Zapata, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Appreciate that. Oh, yes, and we still need to approve the agenda. So we will move to the approval of the agenda with that change. So Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. All right, Secretary Boswell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag? All right, thank you very much. So as I mentioned at the start, we are going to have to move the public comment, but we are going to have, we'll now recess. We were going to recess the open meeting to have executive session regarding an issue that has come up. So we will now recess the open meeting at 6:27 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. And when we are finished with the executive session, we will return to open session. Thank you very much. All right, so thank you for your patience. We're returning into open session at 6:43 p.m. Our attorney has advised us that federal law that protects student privacy requires us to redact portions of the public comments before they are played. An employee is working now to redact just those portions of the comments. As soon as that work is complete, we will pause the meeting so we can play the comments. So I really appreciate your patience. Thank you. So we will return to our agenda. All right, so we'll start with the legislative update. So I'd like to ask Secretary Boswell if you have a legislative update for us.
I do have a legislative update. I will start with, we have three basic things. One is the meeting, the session of the Texas Legislature. 18 days remain in the regular legislative session. The last day is May 29th. There are many public education bills still pending, and some that have passed and been sent to the governor. Accountability and Assessment, HB 4402, passed the House on May 9th. It adds 3 new non-test indicators to the student achievement domain: extra and co-curricular student success, parent and teacher satisfaction, and middle school accelerated math. It also limits STAR to no more than 80% and new indicators to no more than 20% of weight for grades 3 to 8. And it allows schools to order paper tests for up to 3% of students and does some other things as well. The Senate has not yet passed that, but it does some other things, so the Senate will probably be hearing that. We have 2, really the best way to describe it, I guess, is competing funding bills, House Bill 100 and Senate Bill 8. Senate Bill 8 is a big comprehensive public education bill that also includes vouchers. It is scheduled to be heard in the House Public Education Committee. It has passed out of the Senate. An 80-page substitute has been written, and it's scheduled to be heard by the Senate Education Committee with invited testimony on Monday, May 15th. House Bill 100 has been passed in late April. It was sent to the Senate Education Committee on May 2nd, and they have not yet heard it. That bill would add about $4 billion over the next biennium through funding changes and new allotments. It would increase the basic allotment by $90 in 2024 and by an additional $50 in 2025. It would require that increase, half of it should be used to increase compensation for people who work in our schools and our district. It creates an inflation adjustment, which is something that is in our legislative priorities and those of many others, so that school funding will keep up with inflation. We don't have to come back every 2 years and kind of have that conversation again. And it also creates an allotment of $500 per evaluation to cover the cost of special education evaluations. We're not sure where either of those bills will land, and that creates some complication as we work to address our budget, but we hope as we get closer to our budget vote that things are in more focus at the legislature. There's also a safety bill that requires a panic alert in every classroom. That one has passed, and the governor has signed it. There are also 3 other major safety bills in the legislature. We also, at the federal level, a bond guarantee. Texas has hit its ceiling on bond guarantees that help us borrow. Statewide, all school districts that issue bonds borrow at a low rate. Congressman Lloyd Doggett and a congressman from Lubbock have been working very hard at the federal government to have the IRS change the rules about that. They just learned yesterday that fund will be permanently protected now going forward. So about 80% of districts that had bond elections last Saturday passed them. We have our bond, and that will protect schools' ability to borrow at a rate that's favorable to taxpayers by the state insuring them if they go into default. So that's very exciting. And then today we also had a meeting about registering students for voting that Trustee Whitley Chu set up with the county. And so we'll be looking ahead to some exciting things. Texas law requires us to offer voter registration opportunities to every student at a high school. Every principal is a volunteer deputy registrar. And we're looking at some new ways we can lean into that work and really amplify what we're able to do to ensure our students are voting. And we'll be registering students at graduation too. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Boswell. Really appreciate that. All right, so we will now move to our information reports and updates. Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
Yes, I'd like to invite Ed Ramos, our Chief Financial Officer, and Anita Caldwell, our Interim Executive Director of the Historically Underutilized Business Program, up to give the updates with their partners.
So President Singh, Interim Superintendent Seguda, members of the board, we're excited to offer you two presentations tonight regarding our hub program. One will be the disparity study. The second presentation will be basically a 2017 bond program lessons learned. And so with us here tonight, we have Dainita, who is our executive director of our hub program, and she will introduce our two consultants who will give the report. So Dainita, if you can push the button.
President Singh.
Push. Yeah.
Sorry. Good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and members of the board. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm excited to be here before you to deliver these two reports to you. So the first report, as mentioned, is the 2022 disparity study. Our first study was conducted in 2015. So as you can imagine, the market has changed quite drastically since then. We've experienced COVID, which has disproportionately impacted our small businesses. So this not only keeps us within best practices, but it allows us to review our statistical data, to reevaluate our program and how we administer it, to ensure that we are keeping in within our market, what the market is telling us. So our first presenter is going to be Ms. Colette Holt. She has over 30 years of experience administering disparity studies and developing and designing programs, including for the City of Austin, Capital Metro, and probably some other local entities that I'm not mentioning. She is virtual, and with that, I will hand it over to Colette.
Well, thank you, Ms. Caldwell. Hopefully everyone can hear me, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I promise to be brief. We have a PowerPoint, which I believe someone there is going to run. So if someone can get that up, that would be great.
We can get assistance sharing with the consultants.
Can you ask her if she can see it?
Are you able to see the slides, Colette?
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
You're welcome.
Great. All right, so someone there will be my human clicker, yes?
Yes.
But let me first start out by saying I'm happy to take questions from the board as I go, or you can wait till the end, whichever is your preference. But we wanted to start with just a brief update or overview of the legal standards that govern race and gender conscious programs. As many of you probably know, the federal courts are extraordinarily hostile to these programs, and many agencies have been sued over the years, including in some recent cases that certainly suggest that federal courts are going to take a very hard look at any program that provides benefits on the basis of race and gender. This has been true since 1989, when the Supreme Court first applied strict constitutional scrutiny to these programs, and this is the highest level of judicial review. The district's program has to meet two tests. The first is that it has to prove that it has a compelling interest based on strong statistical and anecdotal evidence that there's current discrimination in the market, or that there are current effects of past discrimination, before it can decide to use the highly disfavored tool of race or gender conscious contracting decision-making. Second element is that any remedies that the district adopts have to be, quote unquote, narrowly tailored to the evidence that has been presented. And I'd say over the last maybe, 8-10 years, the litigation has often shifted to that second prong about whether your program is narrowly tailored. Next slide, please. So here are the objectives of, you went one too fast. There we go. So here are the objectives for the study. obviously to meet those federal constitutional legal requirements, to provide you with new data for setting contract goals. And this is very important because this is one way that you can help to ensure the legal defensibility of your program, and then to provide you with some recommendations about what to do going forward. So we had quantitative and qualitative data sources. Our quantitative data sources were, of course, your own vendor and contracting records, contract information that we got. Oh dear, do we just lose this slides? Oh, there we go. Contract information that we got from prime vendors, directories, and then we used Dun & Bradstreet, Hoover's as our overall business universe. Here's my chance to say thank you to the staff and Danita and everyone there for all the great help and support that you gave us in conducting the study and getting all that contract data. You now have the B2G Now system, so it should be a little bit easier for you next time. But these folks did yeoman's work to get us this information, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank them for all the effort that they put in. So here are elements for the disparity study. There's an executive summary. Otherwise, it's kind of thick going with these studies, but certainly the executive summary does give you the overview. We provided the contract data analysis. I'll get to that in a second. Some recommendations, and then we appended to your study the qualitative evidence that we have collected from our many disparity studies in Texas. And one Danita left out is that we recently completed the study for Travis County too. Next slide, please. So we analyzed contracts from FY 15 through 19. We had a final contract data file that we analyzed of 543 prime contracts with 921 associated contracts for a total value of a little bit over $385 million. So this was a lot of contract dollars. I feel quite confident that this gives us a broad and deep picture of your contracting activity. The federal courts require that a local agency like a school district has to limit its program to its own geographic market. That's an empirical determination, and we found that the majority of your dollars were spent in Travis, Williamson, and Hayes counties, so that's the geographic market that we used. The courts also require that you limit your program to the products or industries that you purchase. And it turned out that there were 67 separate codes in the final contract data file that reflect the breadth of your spending. Next slide, please. So here's what we found. Overall, your program has been quite successful, and you are to be applauded for that. It has been very effective in increasing opportunities for hubs and ensuring that all firms have full and fair opportunities to compete for your work. Your utilization is above availability, so you have certainly reached parity, and that is one of the objectives that for your hub program. You see there the actual utilization, and all of this is broken out in perhaps exhaustive and maybe exhausting detail in the report. But you can see there how it all broke out. So overall, your hub participation was almost 30%, which is really quite good. Next slide, please. We had to compare that then to the actual availability in your market area. What we mean by weighted availability is we took those, I believe, 64 codes and looked at the availability in terms of where you actually spent your dollars. So a rather silly but example that I think does make the point is that surely you spend some money on, let's say, just courier services or something, but in the larger picture of your spending, that's a very small weight in terms of the dollars that you spend there. So if we counted the available courier firms at the same level that we counted construction firms, you'd get some very odd results. So good economic theory and the case law require us to weight our availability by your actual spending patterns. And that's what you see here on this slide. Next slide, please. So now we're ready to do disparity testing. This is really a very simple idea. It can look complicated with a bunch of sigma and Roman Greek symbols, but it's really just is how tight is the fit between who was utilized and who was available. So between who got the money and who could have gotten it. And the courts hold that if there is a large enough gap there, that can be prima facie evidence that your market is infected with discrimination. So you see there overall that your hub disparity ratio is quite high. And again, this reflects the impact of your program and the good efforts that you're doing. You do see, however, there that the disparity ratio for Blacks is low. It is below 80%, which is kind of the threshold for being able to make a prima facie case of discrimination. And it also suggests where you might want to put more program resources. Next slide, please. The other thing that we found is that although overall the program has done very well, the dollars that hub firms received are generally concentrated in a smaller number of codes than non-hub firms. So there's really some market concentration going on there. So you can see there in the top 5 codes that AISD spends, Blacks, Hispanics, and Asians only got significant opportunities in one of those 5 codes, and white women received a small share in just 2 codes. So, what we take from that is that more outreach and emphasis could be put on ensuring that hub firms are getting work in a larger number of codes, more variety of work, and aren't just sort of relegated to some of the smaller codes. Next slide, please. Well, I guess I got ahead of myself with my slide. Next slide, please. So based on those findings, these are the recommendations that we are making to the district. We certainly suggest using the study to set narrowly tailored, legally defensible contract goals. There is a goal-setting module in the B2G Now system that is designed specifically to work with our disparity study data. We worked closely with that firm to put this together so that the clients would be able to use the disparity study information to help you set goals, which is important that you can replicate the goals, that you are transparent about where they come from, and that you can legally defend them. We're certainly suggesting that you make an effort to develop written procedures that spells this all out. Reevaluate a contract goal if there are significant change orders. Things go up, things go down. Change orders are always client-driven, so if there's a major scope of work that's increased, then the goal should increase. Conversely, if there's a scope of work that's eliminated, and that was where a lot of the hub participation would be expected to be achieved, then that goal needs to be evaluated. We also think it's important that you put out some contracts that don't have goals, kind of an experiment in unremediated markets, or creating a control group of contracts to be able to demonstrate to a federal court what would happen if you did not employ your race-conscious program. This type of evidence has been very helpful in our ability to successfully defend other agencies, and they were sued. Be able to say, yes, Your Honor, they've done very well, but it's not because race and sex discrimination has magically disappeared. It's because the agency is running a very good and effective program. Next slide, please. Certainly suggesting to increase your outreach efforts to a broader range of industries. As we were talking about, targeting industries with low hub participation, perhaps through special vendor fairs, working with industry groups, and working with individual certified firms. And then the last 2 recommendations are first to develop some performance measures. What does it mean to AISD to have a successful program? Obviously, meeting the goals is one, but you might want to look at whether or not you are getting hubs into a larger variety of industries. whether or not they're getting more work as prime contractors. Those kinds of metrics are something that I would suggest that you give some thought to. And then continue to conduct your regular program reviews. This one really is not optional. The courts do require regular review of the programs because they are very concerned that these programs go on, that should not go on any longer than absolutely necessary. So please do continue that good practice. And I believe that is all of my slides. Yes, okay. So questions from anyone?
So we're going to continue on to the next presentation, and then if you have any questions towards the end. I did want to mention that the disparity study report for information purposes only. Action will be taken at the voting meeting on May 18th. So our next presentation is the Hub Goals Review. I just want to sort of set the context for this. This is an overview of our 2017 bond construction projects only. So we're not looking at it holistically, as you heard within the disparity study. This gave us the opportunity to really step back and look at areas where the Hub department can take action to ensure that our hubs are successful across all categories. As you mentioned, there was a concentration in a few codes, and some of those underutilization areas were within the construction trades. If you actually look in the report, you can see where that data falls. And so this gave us opportunity to do a review of that. Before we invite our consultant on, I'd like to provide some background information so that you can hear the pre-work that was done that led us to this point this evening. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this is an overview of the 2017 bond. At that point, the formal Hub program had been in place a little over 1 year. This process began last August of 2022, and it was led by Dr. Stephanie Holly, our Chief Equity Officer. Dr. Holly was very instrumental in doing the initial, compiling the initial research that helped shape the parameters of what this process would look like. We leaned to her for her subject matter expertise in terms of applying an equity lens to our work. And so her involvement in the initial steps were key in helping us move forward with this. Then I took the reins and wanted to, once we identified a consultant, we held a public information session. We felt it was very important to have a transparent process so that our community, the business community, would have the opportunity to meet our consultant, to ask questions. And at this time, we were still campaigning for the 2022 bond, so it gave us that opportunity to educate our business community on the potential opportunities of that. And then from there, we moved into utilizing that information into this process. So with that, I will invite Iris to step in. She will give a brief introduction of her company and speak to the methodology behind this process.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And let me just start by saying good evening to all the board members, to the district staff, and to the general public who are watching either virtually or in person. I want to thank you for this opportunity to present these lessons learned from our work reviewing the 2017 bond implementation. And I first want to thank Dr. Holly and the Equity Office staff, as well as Ed Ramos and Danita Caldwell, for all of the work that they did, but even more so for their commitment to this work. We do this work around the country, and I always start by saying that it is never easy to put your work under a microscope with the goal of improvement. And that is exactly what a review process like this one oftentimes does and oftentimes is. And so it takes courage and it takes commitment, and I just want to name that here and commend the school district for undertaking this process. My name is Iris Von Gill, and I am founder and CEO of Opportunity Consulting. We are a firm that specializes in large systems, equity assessments, and strategic improvement planning. And our work is really centered around advancing equity in public services, including education, and also service delivery like contracting and procurement. I started this company with the expressed interest of working with public sector agencies, and so this work is really core to the work that the company does, and we're pleased to share these findings with you all today. I no longer see the presentation in front of me. Okay. And so maybe go back one slide if you don't mind, and I'll just pick up where Danita left off. Thank you. So as Dinah shared in her opening remarks, our charge for this work really was to review the hub participation for construction projects, and so to really hone in not just on procurement at large, but hone in on construction projects that resulted from the 2017 bond program against the goals that the district set to identify these lessons learned. And it's important work for many reasons, but mostly because by providing opportunities for hubs to participate in contracts, the district helps to stimulate the local economy and create new jobs, and it really does become a cycle of continuous investment. So as a part of our methodology, we utilized both quantitative data as well as qualitative data. And the qualitative data was a survey that was open to the public for about 3 weeks, and interview data and also research on best practices. We interviewed 16 general contractors and hubs, as well as 5 district staff who were able to provide insight into their procurement and contracting practices and policies. We also looked at quantitative data, and thankful again to the hub office for all of the access to the data that they provided so that we could review so many of the projects, the construction projects that were under the 2017 bond program. What I'm going to do now is I will walk through a few slides coming up that will talk about our findings based on the quantitative and qualitative review and recommendations, and then understanding that this is just a snapshot and that the full report contains much more than I can talk about here tonight. And then look forward to any questions you may have. Next slide, thank you. So of the roughly $115 million in construction contracts generated by the 2017 bond that went to hub businesses, as you see in this chart, women-owned businesses account for most of the funding awarded to hubs. Women-owned businesses earned $80 million in the contracts of the $115 million. And when we move on to the next slide, we can drill down a little bit more and see a disaggregated view of the women-owned businesses by race and ethnicity. And as shown here, we found that of the $80 million in contracts to women-owned businesses, more than $75 million went to white women-owned businesses. Second to that was Hispanic women-owned businesses, which generated the second most of about $4 million in contracts. Then Asian and Native American women-owned businesses generated just under $1 million. And of the contracts that we reviewed, African American women-owned businesses were not awarded any contracts. Thank you. So then in this slide, we want to point out that on the 2017 bond construction projects, the majority of general contractors did not meet hub goals. Of the 32 general contractors that we analyzed, 10 firms did not achieve even a single hub goal, and 15 firms achieved only one hub goal. And so that really means that only 7 of 32 general contractors met more than one hub goal. And this is looking at general contractors. So this data is all organized by general contractor, understanding that each of these general contractors had multiple projects. And so therefore they had multiple opportunities to meet hub goals, and most still did not meet more than one. Next slide. All right, for the next set of findings, most of this comes from responses to our surveys, and were informed by interviews with general contractors and subcontractors and hubs as well. So we asked in our survey and in our interviews, what are the barriers that exist for them in winning contracts? The most frequent responses indicated that their primary obstacle that they reported lies in inadequate relationships with general contractors. This was followed by an unawareness of available opportunities and other challenges related to project parameters, such as the size and the scope of projects or the cost or length that created significant hurdles for them. Particularly, I would say, for those hubs that were aspiring to bid as general contractors, and there are some that are. Thank you. For this finding, we found that hubs expressed a desire for more training and networking opportunities when we asked them what would be most helpful to them. To bridge the gap and foster growth, hubs would benefit greatly from upskilling and from technical assistance. Specifically, hubs have expressed a strong interest in receiving training in key aspects of bidding and procurement, and that includes bonding and submitting proposals and strengthening their overall business practices. All right, so now we'll move into some recommendations. And again, this is really just a few, and the report contains several more. So in this first recommendation, I think just as a backdrop, we know that the procurement processes can be complex and time-consuming, and that this in and of itself sometimes creates barriers for hubs that may not have the same level of resources as large firms. And so some strategies to support them include simplifying the procurement process to help level the playing field and providing tools and opportunities to hubs such as bonding and capital access services to help them get ready for construction contracting. In our survey, the most common responses to strategies to boost access were spot bids. Spot bids provide a way to quickly and efficiently secure work when there is an immediate need or opportunity. So spot bids are typically used for smaller one-time projects and are not part of a larger ongoing contract. Nearly a quarter, oh, you can go back. Thank you. And just to finish this out, nearly a quarter of the respondents also said they would like to see the district manage the number of awards for individual general contractors, and this is so awards are not made to the same general contractors only, and that there is a deliberate attempt to diversify the contracting pool. And then other ideas included creating a goal for hubs and ensuring that awards do not go to the same subcontractors over and over as well. That was something expressed. Next slide. All right, so we have a number of recommendations here, and I'll walk through each of these and give a little bit of an example. So the first is to increase access. And one strategy that came up in a number of different contexts that we wanted to talk through is this idea to unbundle large contracts into smaller, more manageable opportunities to increase access to construction contracts for smaller and newer hubs in particular, who may not find it feasible to be able to bid as prime contractors if the project is particularly large. That is something we heard a number of times. There are hubs that would like to be included as subcontractors. There are others that would like to bid on contracts directly, but the size and the scope is oftentimes prohibitive. The second is connection. So many hubs may not be aware of the procurement opportunities available to them, or may not have the resources to compete with larger, more established firms. And so specifically and intentionally increasing connections through outreach and engagement efforts from the hub office and from the district can help to broaden the scope and capacity for these hubs with procurement opportunities and provide them with the support and resources they need to succeed in getting contracts. Some ideas for this specifically include holding matching events at pre-bid meetings, identifying distinct work elements in RFPs that could be easily subcontracted, and or even providing lists of hubs. And these efforts are, I know, already in use in some ways at the hub office, and could be best paired with some capacity building and mentoring to help the small subcontractors and small hubs increase their capacity to take on larger projects in the future. And then the third on this list is accountability. The district could define and better define performance metrics in procurement and contracts and require data by subgroup so that it's clear when services are or are not being delivered equitably and improvement or intervention is needed. And so a way to sort of track even after contracts are awarded. Additionally, we did hear from hubs that operate as subcontractors, that there are times when general contractors engage them in initial proposals, but then they either may not hear back about work or are removed from the project altogether. And that may or may not be with good reason, but there should be or could be a mechanism whereby general contractors are required to report such changes and engage a new hub as a subcontractor, or in an accountability framework, risk downsizing or losing the ability to get future projects. Next slide. Another is support, offer coaching and mentor protege programs for firms. We've seen this done very well across the country to gain experience and familiarity with contracting and help them grow their businesses more generally. Examples of this are hosting vendor fairs, workshops, networking events for vendors to introduce themselves to district staff, but also, project directors and coordinators in the construction office, allow them to sort of get their name out there and also to meet with general contractors as well. It's an opportunity for them to connect with other vendors and gain that support. And another way that we've seen support work and is a very easy feedback loop is to offer feedback to unsuccessful bidders in order to help them be more successful the next time when they do apply for a contract, and encourage them to apply again. And then lastly, we wanted to talk about reinforcing, providing lists of qualified certified hubs that general contractors would engage, particularly if they cannot find a hub on their own after good faith effort. And so this would allow the general contractors to pull from a list that actually identifies firms that are in the area in which they're looking. And the strategy would help ensure that the opportunities for hub participation on these projects increases equitably, and that the contracting practices are reinforced across the school district. And so finally, for next steps, we wanted to just offer 3 ideas. One is to collaborate with construction management to deliver on a strategy in response to the findings and recommendations. We think this is something that should be worked on collaboratively across those offices in the district. Consider expanding procurement delivery options to mitigate challenges for hubs to compete for large-scale construction contracts, and we gave you some specific ideas in there. And then to examine local policy to ensure adequate accountability measures are in place to successfully administer the hub program. So that's our review. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iris and Colette. So at this time, we'll welcome any questions that you might have for either report, disparity study, or the goals review.
Trustees, any questions? Yes, Trustee Hunter.
Great, thank you so much for both those presentations. I actually got my questions answered. I had like 5 questions. I got them all answered, which was really great. But I do have a question for, so sorry, I've forgotten, the Opportunity Consulting.
Iris.
Iris, yes, thank you. For Iris, she mentioned that she's seen the general contracting and subcontracting mentoring program. And like, I don't know, do we have like access to that so that we can see that? Because I think this is the second time, maybe third time, we've talked about hub, and we've not made it. We have these aspirations of like the percentages, and I'm just wondering if that's one of the recommendations we're considering.
Well, the state of Texas, and I know the city of Austin also have mentor protege programs, and so there's an opportunity for us to partner with their divisions that do this work, for us to kind of glean information from them. And I certainly can connect with Iris to see if she could share some of her examples that she's seen as well, so that we can explore that opportunity.
Okay, and I did have one about the disparity, but I'll come back to that because I've forgotten it. But when we look at information, this is for you, Chief, when we look at information, are we disaggregating in the hub? Because I know when I'm looking at the columns, it's saying like hub, blank, and then we break it out, and it's like white women, blacks, Asian, Hispanic, but we say that really the blacks and Asian Hispanic were like less than like 1%, 2%, and that 18% was sitting under the women only, is really just women, right? And so are we breaking that out when we look at it?
So we do provide monthly reports to the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee that includes those numbers, and so we report that to them on a monthly basis, and so they're tracking our progress throughout the entire bond program, keeping in mind that the good faith effort percentages are over the life of the bond program.
Okay. So that's like years.
Yes.
And years.
And years, correct.
Okay. I was, when I was looking at this program from Colette, the top 5, is that the half sheet we have? Those top 5 codes? What page is that?
I'm not quite following your question.
So we were talking about AISD and where our hubs are like most, was that correct, where they're most being used?
Yes,
And is,
yes.
you can't see, I'm holding the document, we can't see. But there's the one where it's landscape and there's the one where it's portrait. Is that the landscape or the portrait one? Or is it like on a page by itself? I'm just trying to see like where are we using the hub?
Right. And I'm sorry, I don't have the report up in front of me, and I don't want to sit here and flip through it. But there will be tables in the utilization chapter that will delineate where hubs and all firms actually were used by the district by 6-digit industry codes. And then we do have a write-up and some tables that look at those top codes and disaggregate the utilization. So it is in there. I can get Danita later if you like, the exact tables that you should look at so that you can see where the hub participation was particularly concentrated.
Hey, I appreciate that. It's not burning, but I just did want to know, like, because I was looking at sewer and other, like cement or whatever it was. I was just looking at the ones to see, like, is it, because I think it was you that mentioned, is it that we're not awarding the contracts or they're not, like the people aren't there? It's like when we want to hire teachers, we'd love to hire more teachers of color. They don't exist, right? So we have to build that program. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
And Trustee Hunter?
Right. Yeah, please go ahead.
This is Matthias. So I believe it's on page 39 of the report. One of the things I want to point out is the codes also align with the scope of work within the bond program, which is why you typically would see the largest numbers correlated to the cost tied to the biggest portion of the bond program. So commercial institutional building construction, that's going to be a large number. It always should be one of the largest numbers in a construction type bond program. So definitely the opportunity to spread it out, but you're never going to see, one of these like lower codes that is a very small component of a bond program get promoted up because it's not something that's been committed as part of the program as a whole.
Okay.
But yeah, it's page 39.
Thank you. See, you came in handy, came in clutch right there. Thank you. And then finally, will we get to the chief again? Will we get like maybe a report or like these are from all of the suggestions, here's the direction we're moving in, and you can expect that we'll be doing that?
We're going to bring an update to the board as far as our next steps based on the disparity study and the lessons learned from the 2017 bond program, so we can do that.
Thank you. I had a lot of questions, but I'm learning. It's my first time. Thank you.
Well, and Trustee Hunter, I think one of the things that's great about this is, we had these two reports coupled with the work that Gibson is doing with their audit. It really allows us to develop best practices, improve the programs that we have, and as we move forward with the 2022 implementation. So it's perfect timing.
Any other trustees have questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate the reporting.
Thank you all.
Let's go to the budget.
Brandy, would you mind coming up? We're going to introduce the next item, which would be the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget.
We're going to get an ETA on the public comments, so that's, if you can just give us a moment. Thank you. It'll be about 20 minutes. before the public comments will be ready. So I think we should proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
President Singh, Interim Superintendent Seruda, members of the board. The next presentation, we are going to discuss the 23-24 school year's recommended budget. The information that we will present will also include compensation scenarios that we have included in our budget planning process. I will say the more expensive of the scenarios is included in our assumptions, just so that we can be as conservative as we can with our estimates as far as the cost to the district and the long-term impact. So that being said, as far as our budget assumptions, we did assume that next year we would have a flat enrollment. Our daily attendance would be at 92%. Historically, it's been between 94 and 95%. Property value growth throughout the district, we assumed a 14% growth. And then we assumed a tax collection rate of 99%, which we're usually at about 99.5%. Also, as part of the development of this budget, one of the areas that we wanted to really be conscientious of is to ensure that we maintained our local board policy with our 20% fund balance policy. And so that was maintained throughout our budget estimates. We also wanted to make sure that we continue to invest in our employees. Historically, we've invested 87% of our total estimated budgeted expenditures are in payroll, and so we wanted to make sure that we continued that investment. So the recommendations that you will see tonight do include an 87% investment in our employees. Also, we do have challenges this budget cycle as a result of the legislative session, and so that is still in process, and so some of our estimates are conservative because there are many unknowns with the current conversations that are occurring at the legislative level. And then we also are committing, as part of this budgeting process, you will hear that we are going to recommend a deficit budget. But as part of that recommendation, we are also committing as a district to continue to develop and implement expenditure reduction strategies throughout the 23-24 school year. So we are going to recommend a budget, but at the same time, we are also letting the board know that there's much work ahead as far as us really diving into our expenditures and looking at areas where we can continue to find efficiencies as a district. And that positions us for future budget years as a school district and as a board. So before you, this is the recommended budget. Some of the large numbers and important numbers to point out, we are estimating our recapture payment next year to be $941 million, so almost $1 billion. So we continue to inch towards that $1 billion mark. Keeping in mind that these estimates that you will hear tonight are based on current year law and current year funding. And of course, all this may change within the next several weeks, next months, based on the legislative process. We're looking at total operating expenditures of $884 million. So that would put us, once we take into account some of our vacancy savings that we are projecting, ESSER 3 supplanting of $20 million, we're looking at a $51 million budget deficit for next year with the compensation plans that you will hear before you tonight. That would put us at 21.4% of unassigned fund balance. Of course, our local policy is for us to not go below 20%. Here you'll see a fiscal forecast basically projecting where our budgets will be in future years based on our current scenarios and assumptions. So in looking at the recapture payment, that continues to increase drastically. Starting in fiscal year 24-25, we're looking at over $1 billion. And so that recapture payment continues to be a challenge for the district without any legislative relief. Also looking at our fund balance estimates, $51 million next year, $67 million the year after that, $59 million, and $50 million. Keeping in mind that these assumptions with this scenario are assuming that we do nothing as far as looking at reducing our overall deficit, which I'll tell you that's not going to happen. We're going to continue our efforts to continue to reduce our overall deficit next school year. And so this fund balance is very important because that basically ensures the financial stability of the district. So it's one of the important areas that we continually look at. And so when you look at our projection scenario with fund balance, again, based on current year funding, we are looking at a fund balance of $192.5 million, which is 21.4% of unassigned fund balance local policy. The year after that, $154 million. Year after that, $94.5 million. So that kind of shows you what we're projecting, worst case scenario, no adjustments to the budget in 23-24, and again, based on current law, which we know all that will change. Just to give you a scenario of what happens with our projections as we make adjustments, last year, this is what we presented in June of 2022. And so one of the main differences you'll see is with the 22-23 fund balance, we projected a fund balance of 183.6. Now that projection is 194.8, so our fund balance projection has increased. For the 23-24 school year, we projected a fund balance of 129.6. We're actually projecting 192.5. And so as we've made adjustments in our budget in the 22-23 school year, that has changed our fund balance projection. So you'll see what decisions and how that'll impact our fund balance in a future slide. And so when we talk about what are we going to do to continue to reduce our deficit in the 22-23, in the 23-24 school year, these are some of the preliminary suggestions that we are recommending to the board. We know that, again, with the legislative process, that has not been finalized. We are including an additional $6 million that the district will receive. Currently, some of the estimates that we've seen are the district receiving $12 million next year, the following year $30 million. But we are trying to be conservative with our estimates, so we are accounting for $6 million. And so I'll show you how that impacts our fund balance if we take some of these scenarios into account. We are also committing with this proposed budget that we will pay our recapture payment on time. And so last year we paid it early in an effort to make sure that it didn't affect our first rating. But at the time, interest rates were at 0.05%, less than 1%. Now interest rates are currently at 5%, and so every month that we hold on to our funds and pay our recapture on time, which is in August, that's $5 to $7 million additional dollars per month that we earn as a district. And so our recommendation next year will be to hold on to our recapture payment so that we can maximize our interest earnings, which for us would be an additional $10 million to our budget. That is not accounted for in what we are recommending, though. As far as enrollment, continuing to really look at programs that would increase enrollment throughout the district. So we will be working with our departments to try to continue to increase enrollment, 1.5 million. And then expenditure reduction strategies. There are areas that we are looking at. Position reductions through attrition. So as employees leave, we look at every position. Is that a position that we can live without as a district, or is it a position that we must hire? So we're projecting $1 million in savings there. Looking at vacancy savings, continuing to evaluate that throughout the year as employees leave the district for whatever reason. Again, looking at those positions and seeing if those are must-have positions in the district. Contracts and software costs, continue to evaluate what we pay in contracts and software in the district, $1.5 million in savings. We're looking at the 2022 bond, and so we did put money aside for immediate equipment replacement that we see throughout the district. We've rented HVAC equipment to kind of get us through because we didn't have the funds to purchase the equipment to replace it. Now that has been built into the 2022 bond, and so for next year we're projecting savings because of that program of $5 million. Continue to look at and identify inefficient costs, $1.3 million, and then maximize our Title I funding, $1.2 million in savings. And then, of course, look at implementing a budget oversight committee in the district to kind of monitor and continue to look at some of the recommendations that we are giving throughout the school year and make sure that we really maximize our expenditure reduction strategy. So total expenditure reductions of $15 million. And so if we take these preliminary strategies into account, this is potentially what our budget would look like at the end of the 23-24 school year. So that has created an adjusted net change to fund balance for next year of $18 million deficit compared to the $51 that we are going to recommend as a district. For fiscal year 25, a $29 million deficit, fiscal year 26, $21 million. So you see, as we make decisions as a district to continue to improve both our revenue generation options and our expenditure reduction options, that does put us closer to a balanced budget and where we need to be as a district. This graph shows how that affects our fund balance. So you look at 2024, we're now at 25.4% of fund balance. In 24-25, we're at 24% of fund balance. And so we fall below our 20% mark at the 26-27 school year if we make these adjustments just next year. And this shows where we've been as far as a correlation between, we recommend a budget in the beginning of the year, and then we have strategies throughout the year, and then end the year with actual expenditures. And so every year that we recommend a budget, the district actually has come in better than our projections. The only exception to that was in the 2021 school year, and that was a COVID year where we were welcoming students back, and so there was a large number of expenditures that we had to front as a district before the federal money actually was received by the district. So that's the only year that you see we were below our projections. But again, in looking at our current recommendation, current law, no adjustments, $51 million shortfall, we can bring that down again to what we saw earlier at $18 million. So now let's talk about non-compensation type items that we've already built into the budget. When we first presented this in April, we were looking at $10.2 million in non-compensation items that we were committing to as a district. When you look at the first three items, these are items that we have already implemented. Those include increased weighting for the economically disadvantaged and emergent bilingual staffing formulas, athletic trainers, and specialized staffing for small campuses. So the commitment that we've already made as a district is $8 million. One of the recommendations that we will have and give to the trustees is to pause on the following four budget items, which is the Research and Evaluation Department, the Ombudsman Office, expansion of Literacy First, and paper report cards. And when I say pause until we know the outcome of the legislative session. So we're anticipating in the month of July, we'll know exactly what our funding will be from the state, and that's when we feel that we can bring these items back into our budget and do a budget amendment and bring these items back. But that allows us to really maximize what we can offer our employees with compensation, what we can invest in the district, and at the same time making sure we minimize our deficit budget for next year. So now let's look at our top two compensation scenarios. And I'm going to have our chief.
Chief something. Good evening, Board Trustees. President Singh, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. We're going to go through compensation scenario 3. It's 3 because there were 2 before this that we worked that were of much smaller package and value. While I'm talking you through this tonight, there's actually an adjustment as we've been scrubbing numbers as well, and I'll bring that to your attention. The compensation scenario 3 involves a $4 flat raise for all of our classified employees, which includes our AUX pay scale, which would be food service and some other positions, instructional technology, non-instructional support, police department, and bus drivers. That comes at a cost of $28 million. 7% for teachers, librarians, counselors, instructional coaches, and all special education related services. This is the better of a percentage raise, so is 7% better, including PPFT dollars in that, because those are base building, or placement on a new scale that must be built because of the adjustment without PPFT in there. So the better of those two things, and then PPFT would go back on. I just wanted to be very clear about that. Again, $23 million on that line item. The AP scale, which is our administrative professional scale, which includes more than just administrators. It is a wide range of employees on this scale. This is where the tweak will come in. Since we've been working on this and scrubbing, especially because some of the counselors and the instructional coaches and the related services actually came off of that scale, it's kind of a moving target for us a little bit. So this line item, upon reevaluation, is actually at a $3.2 million cost as written, with 5% for AP 1 through 12 and 3% for 13 through 16. 20% base for our LSSPs and EdDiags for $1.5 million. We are expanding our bilingual stipend to $7,000 for the full stipend, and we will have different qualifiers within that for partial stipend. Special education stipends also being matched at that level at $7,000. The $7,500 is for our self-contained units as we have them now, especially our life skills units, scores, SBS, et cetera. And then market adjustments for our annual stipends, such as our department chairs, at a cost of $150,000. Again, so if you're keeping this scenario in mind, it's actually about $600,000 less given that adjustment to the AP scale. And then scenario 4 is roughly the same. The only difference is at the administrative professional scale, it would be the removal of AP 13 and above for any raise. So the rest of the items stay the same on this scale.
This slide summarizes our compensation scenarios that we've brought before the board from scenario 1 through scenario 4. Two of the important numbers to look at are the line item towards the bottom, the budget impact. Scenario 3 would put us at a $51 million deficit. Scenario 4, $50 million. Keeping in mind that we have to reduce both of those deficits by about $600,000. And then unassigned fund balance percentage, scenario 3 puts us at 21.4%. Scenario 4 puts us at 21.5%. These are some of the investments that we have invested in the district as far as this recommended budget. The biggest costs as far as additional increases in expenditures are the special ed and bilingual stipends, $8 million. The compensation budget priorities, $56.5 million. General Marshall, we will be opening that campus next year, $3 million. Our economically disadvantaged and emergent bilingual staffing weights, $6.3 million. Small campus teacher minimums, $1 million. And then additional LSSP for the special ed department, $6.2 million. We are also scrubbing some of our vacancy savings and central office budget realignment numbers, so those numbers will change, and those will be adjusted at the June meeting.
We wanted to just give a small snapshot as to how those numbers are moving in real time, especially with our priority campuses. Sorry, let me start that again. We wanted to give you a small snapshot, especially for our priority campuses, about how these numbers are moving in real time. And so this is by no means done. This is just where we are so far. And so you can see for our 9 priority schools how those numbers are starting to change. We're doing everything we can to give our schools the support that they need, and the extra room given in the budget for additional staffing is truly helping us do that. And so if you'll pay attention, especially to the teacher and student ratios, those are important numbers, and that may not seem like a large fluctuation, but it truly is when you go into a student-teacher ratio. And so keeping in mind that some of the projections are actually lower. So for example, when we talk about, I'll use Paredes as an example, you may see 0 difference in teacher FTEs, but there are fewer students on that campus, and so the ratio, student-teacher ratio would be lower. And so we are trying to monitor these very, very closely to make sure that we are not starting these schools off in any way at a max, and we are being very mindful of their needs on this campus. I'm mostly proud of the instructional coach item there to the right. That is going to be a tremendous boon to our district and to the teachers on those campuses. So we are expecting good things. We have these campuses also prioritized for staffing to make sure that we are getting them staffed up and ready to go the soonest, the fastest that we possibly can. And again, these are adjustments. In fact, I was working with principals today about monitoring their registration numbers and seeing if we need to make further adjustments as we go. It's just really keeping your pulse on that to make sure that we are not setting any campus up at a max level. And so, the ones and the twos, they really start to pay off in real time on a campus on a master schedule.
This graph basically shows the correlation between our enrollment and recapture. And so one of the things that we estimated within our budget assumptions was that we would have a flat enrollment for the next several years. What that does, because of our growing property values, is that continues to increase our recapture payment from $940 million we are estimating next year to over $1 billion in the 24-25 school year. Again, that's with the assumption of current law, so these estimates might change within the next month or so. And then we also continue to look at our administrative cost ratio. In the first report that we gave back in September, you saw that we were above the TEA recommended threshold with administrative costs. And so we have gone back and looked at our vacancy saving numbers and the scenario 3 compensation package. We did revise our estimates based on those two scenarios. And our revised projection does show that we would be at 0.0818 of the recommended 0.0855. So for the 23-24 school year, we are projecting to be in compliance with the administrative cost ratio. And then finally, looking at program intent code, where we spend our monies by program. This basically shows how that's distributed. Basic education, $304 million. Special education, $155.8 million. All the way down through comp ed, 32.7. And so that just gives you an idea of where we spend our funds with regards to our program intent codes. And then just leaving this open for legislative discussions as far as what we see occurring at the legislative level. Property tax relief is a priority that the legislature continues to look at a cost of $16 to $17 billion. The important piece of that legislation for us is that even though the state is investing $16 to $17 billion, that translates to zero additional dollars for Austin ISD. And so just wanted to make sure the board and our community understood that. We were looking at House Bill 100, which was the large school funding bill, looking at $5 billion in investment with that bill. That has not been heard on the Senate side, so we are still waiting for that to progress along. Senate Bill 8, which Trustee Boswell mentioned earlier today, that has stalled, but it will be heard, as she mentioned, on Monday. And so we are looking at that. Senate Bill 8 specifically is the one that includes vouchers. House Bill 3 has changed drastically. That's the one that talks about the safety allotment. And so originally, that House bill included a $100 per student allotment, as well as $15,000 per campus. That number has now been reduced to $15,000 per campus, but it's now $10 per student. So it's changed from $100 to $10. However, the requirement to have school resource officers or an armed employee at every campus has been taken off of that House Bill 3, that amendment. And now we open it up to any questions.
It's processing.
You just dropped the bomb in the last two sentences.
That just occurred today.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I really appreciate the thoroughness of this. Was there anything else that, okay. So trustees, are there any questions? Wow. I'm kind of shocked. Okay, I know Trustee Boswell has a question. Okay.
I'd love to go to, I know we probably can't pull it up, but in attachment 1, you talk about $21 million in vacancy savings. And I'd like to understand, I know we had big cuts last year at central office, a lot of things that support work on our campuses, some entire departments gone, and and a lot of departments much smaller. And I'd really like to understand, in light of that and what we've heard from our campuses about the impact, what those vacancy savings represent. That's a big number. And I'd like to help us all understand kind of what we're talking about when we talk about that 21 million, and whether we expect to see a similar impact or whether you're looking at something else.
So I'll let Chief Hozak talk about what she's heard from campuses. As far as the $21 million figure, so every budget year when we budget as a district, we assume that we have 100% employment. And as part of the natural process of employees leaving the district, whether they're moving or for whatever reason they leave the district, there's a period of time that it takes us to hire a new employee to replace that employee. And when we talk about vacancy savings, that's exactly what we're talking about. So when we talk about vacancy savings, that doesn't include us reducing the number of employees, just the time period that we go through and save in payroll costs, because we're not 100% fully staffed through the entire year.
I appreciate that very much. So also, we've talked about the $4 raise to all hourly employees, and that puts us at a $20 floor
The minimum,
for all
yes,
employees. The
that's
minimum
correct.
will be $20 for everybody in the
That is
district.
correct.
No one who works for AISD will make less than $20
That is correct.
an hour. So thank you for that. Just wanted to translate that into,
And it is $4
What it
flat.
means.
The entire
Yes.
scale shifts.
Yeah, the entire
It's
scale
not-
shifts.
It's not worked through compression.
yes.
It's the whole
And I
thing
know
shifts.
you've done a lot of work, and I really want to share appreciation for the work it took to go rebuild those scales, to think strategically about who gets pulled out, moving librarians, for example, kind of doing things that we've been hearing for a long time would give us more flexibility, allow more nuance in our budget, and help us make different choices. So thank you for that. I know that represents an immense amount of work.
I'm grateful.
And I think it's work that will really carry us through in the future. I think it's really a great foundation to move forward from, so thank you for that. Also, while I am thanking you, I want to thank you for the first rating that with the administrative cost ratio. I'm very happy about that. I know that number represents where we're investing in the classroom versus where we're investing elsewhere, and I'm really glad to see us coming back under that. We had been within that recommended ratio for many years until we moved out of it, and I'm grateful to see a budget that moves us back. And to clarify, scenario 3 and scenario 4 both keep us within the recommended budget.
That's correct.
Okay, fantastic. And I appreciate what that represents, that, we're putting money closest to our students, and I also really appreciate that that puts us back, getting those extra 2 points back in our first rating. That helps keep our bond borrowing low. So thank you very much for clarifying that. And just, I know that's kind of a lagging, that we won't see that on our first rating for next year, because that represents this year, that we won't
Correct.
see that number show up for a couple of years.
That's correct.
But yeah, I really appreciate that. So you talked about, in the non-compensation items that we talked about, the research and evaluation department, paper report cards, literacy first, ombudsman, that we would know by July, but I hope we'll know by June without a special session. We should be able to put that back in our budget before we vote. Is that correct?
Yes, I always throw out worst case scenarios. so
Yeah,
give
I
it
know.
July.
That's what we want in our financial people, so thank you. But yeah, I would hope that we would be able to get that back in by June, and really, I feel like with the uncertainty in the legislature and the uncertainty going pretty late into the session this time, in a way it doesn't always go, I hope we can. I'm concerned, I want to say an enthusiastic yes to all of this, and I'm concerned about what may be coming our way or what may not be coming our way. And then also, the optimist in me hopes that it turns out well, and that we maybe have a little more funding to work with, and really want to be sure we're thinking about that and planning for that for June. Other things on our list that we would like to do and like to move towards. So thank you for that. Really appreciate starting to talk about the bond savings and put numbers to that. That was a promise we made to our community. So I appreciate that, and I would love just some kind of regular update going forward about the projections. I know you've done really sophisticated work and modeling about that, and just making sure we continue to talk about how that's going to start playing out, so we can start looking ahead to future years and knowing that what that will offer us to work with. And then Yeah, I think I also just want to acknowledge there are things that this budget doesn't include. I know I'm hearing from campuses in my district that won't be getting instructional coaches this year, for example, won't be doing that. And just understand that we're making some investments in our higher needs schools. We're making investments to make sure that our most vulnerable students are reading, or are getting what they need, and investing in our small campuses. Trying to avoid another Mendez situation, a lot of work being done with that. And I hope we can get to a point where, as that program gets stronger, and if we have funds, we can roll that out at a higher level with our campuses in greatest need, and roll that out everywhere, because every campus really, it helps with retention, it helps with that teacher mentoring. And then I just want to issue one more kind of request as we're thinking about this, is where can we, I really believe there are places we can invest money to save money. And, a parent support specialist who keeps 10 kids on a campus pays for him or herself. Are there things we could do with childcare? I know we've been talking about that, and infant and toddler care for some of our educators. Could we make that investment, have high quality, low cost childcare, because we don't have to pay for space, offer it at a reasonable cost to our employees, offer it to our employees first, maybe even in strategic ways, and maybe have savings and lack of turnover. So I really want to continue in asking, especially our teachers and our kind of scarce educators, our employees, what they need and what would help with retention, and find ways that we might be able to spend to really save in those turnover costs.
I will add, we are looking at preliminary programs to expand our childcare specifically for teachers at a reduced market level cost. And so that is going to come to fruition pretty quickly.
Excellent. Thank you. Excited about all of it. And I know our educators and all of our employees can tell us what they need most. And, is it a bus service with Wi-Fi from several parts of our district so people can work rather than commute? Is it, from parts of our region where people commute from? I don't know what it is, but I know that people who work for us do. So thank you. And I think we have immense creativity. I think a lot of that's being shown here. And just want to share appreciation, trepidation, and optimism all at once. So.
Do any other trustees have questions? Yes, Dr. Kaufman.
Well, first of all, I just want to acknowledge that acknowledge the human capital team for the amazing salute celebration that was last night, and the way that we recognized and honored our employees and and PTA, but how we really focused on the outstanding employees that we have in this district and chose representatives from those employees to represent the great work that's happening throughout the district. And it was a wonderful celebration, and it was flawless in its execution. But I also appreciate that, this is the actual appreciation, is when we pay them the amount, that as we attempt to pay them closer to the amount that they deserve and that they need. Right? And I know that this is a big step, but we have many, many, many more steps to do, and we're going to need a lot of help from state and federal government for that to happen. But I appreciate that you're making significant efforts for that to happen, and that's being done in collaboration with our education Austin colleagues. So thank you for putting the money where the mouth is, I guess. So I want to ask a few questions, though. One, I just want to, at the very basic level, does this budget provide the resources that our schools and our departments need to dramatically improve reading performance, particularly for our groups who have been underserved traditionally, those with dyslexia, those with identified with disabilities for special education, African American, emergent bilingual? Does this budget reflect what our campuses and district departments need to get a start on that work?
Go ahead.
So as far as the investments that we are making as a district, it does position us to move in that direction. One of the benefits that we have with a budget is it's a planning document. And so as we adopt, as far as in our picture, an overall budget of over $844 million, we have the capability and the flexibility to adjust those dollars as needed based on what we're hearing. But we believe that as far as a preliminary recommendation to the board, it does position us well to address those issues. If, as we go through the year, we are finding that we need investments in specific areas, we do have the flexibility to make those adjustments.
Okay. So I would simply ask, as we invest, as we reinvest, as we change things, that we're listening very closely to the campuses and to the departments about what they need, so that we're not asking them to achieve unrealistic goals with realistic, with the dollars that are actually realistic. Similarly, we are facing very significant improvements in special education. Does this budget provide the resources necessary for us to do what needs to be done for identification and instruction and services for our students receiving special education?
So we have been collaborating with our special ed department and their recommendations. We have invested in additional staffing where it is being prioritized. We've also invested in additional contractual funds to help with the testing. We're using some of our ESSER dollars to complete that. And then, of course, we're investing in our employees in those specific areas with increased stipends and also market adjustments.
Okay.
And I would also say, I apologize, trustee.
Go ahead, Randy.
I would also say that it's not, yes, it's working on the most immediate need right now, but it's also planning out for, okay, what does that mean as we move through evaluations and whatnot? What are the needs going to be at that point? And so we have worked through like the plans for out years as well.
I was just going to say, Trustee Kaufman, this document, it's really a reflection of our priorities and our initiatives, right, without a doubt. And if you look at where we are compared to last year or previous years, I think you'd see investments across the board to move us in the direction, whether it's special education or, staffing, just areas that we really need to focus on. So just with certainty, yes, it's a step in the right direction. It's not all of it. It won't be for quite a while, but it is a significant step in the right direction.
Okay. On a similar vein, I want to ask, given our legal and moral obligation to provide for an effective bilingual and or ESL programming for our students identified as emergent bilingual, of which 30% of our students fall in that category, and we have to do better in terms of providing the programming. Does this budget provide for the multilingual education team and our campuses to follow the law on implementation of our programs for bilingual and ESL services?
Yes, sir. We are committed to providing the right support in the right places at the right time with the right people. And so I do think that this budget is very reflective of that, and we will make sure that our campus, our students are taken care of in that vein.
I appreciate that. And I just want to acknowledge one thing I greatly appreciate about our Superintendent Matias Segura is the realistic planning around things, and that you don't make promises to things without mapping out, like, here's how we'll get there and this is how long it will take. And so I just want to make sure that, I'm reassured, and I want to make sure that we're following that kind of thinking, and we're not asking or promising things based on a budget that's not going to get us there. And so just to be candid when we're having those conversations with our campuses, these are the expectations we have for you. And we understand that in order to get there, you're going to need X, Y, or Z. Or for our executive directors to coach around, we're not going to get X, Y, and Z, but it's not a be quiet and don't complain about it and pretend like everything's okay, but it's a very transparent and candid conversation around the reality of how they're going to get there. Because I do believe there are often solutions to inadequate funding. You find creative ways to work around and you get to where you need to be. You don't use funding as an excuse not to serve kids. On the other hand, right, sometimes I think the experience of some of our principals has been, don't ask because we don't have it, right? And I've heard explicit examples of that in departments. Don't provide it. This is not a realistic proposal because it costs too much. Again, I would like to see the full proposal and what they think it's going to cost, and have a conversation around that, rather than telling them do not present this because you will get laughed out of the office. And so I don't believe that our current administration will do that, but I know that our district has done that, and I just want to make sure that we're aware and that we root that type of thinking out, and we allow people to be honest about their misgivings, and we allow people to be candid about their concerns, and then we work through it, but not by silencing them. Does that make sense? Okay. What are the implications, though, of waiting for those 4 budget priorities, the ombuds, in kind of each one? Like, if we wait on the ombuds office, what are the implications about how long that might be before we have that important position?
any delay on implementation absolutely costs us valuable time to be able to provide the right resources to our community and to our students ultimately. And so we are in prime hiring season to be able to recruit. So yes, sir, I mean,
What about specifically around Literacy First? Because there's a cycle, right, by which they fund, and then they recruit, and then they train, and then they place. Is there a deadline where we would have to make the decision around Literacy First in order for Literacy First to build the capacity to serve us?
I'm going to have to defer probably to Ms. Petrosino on that specific answer.
Because I don't question the idea that we may have to prudently wait because of all the uncertainty and what we don't know, but I just want to, again, be clear, like, if we wait till July, that means we're waiting till 2025.
I will say that the number that you're seeing right there about expansion, I mean, there are FTEs there, and so at any point, you are delaying to be able to hire and recruit for that, but as far as cycles go, I'll defer to.
Hi. So Dr. Hagan Alvarado and I spoke regarding this exact thing, and the whole plan was dependent upon knowing by the end of May, because that's when we have to onboard. Also, with the model we're looking at, with the 1.5 million allocated for Literacy First, was the paraprofessional model, which means 3 or 4 TAs per campus get trained in the Literacy First model. So there's also the hiring part that would need to happen at the campus level around getting those TAs to get them into the training. So we would be on a tight timeline in terms of the Literacy First.
Is there like a date, right? Like I have to say, like, this is the latest that we could make that decision and have it go?
I will reach out to Dr. Hagan Alvarado
Okay.
tomorrow morning or
Okay.
right
Again,
now.
and I'm not challenging that we have to make that delay. I just want to be clear. On the paper report cards, I would think that we could roll that out even if it were second quarter, if we chose to invest in that. That's not as, okay. And then finally, so I would just like to state my opinion that the ombuds piece, I don't feel can wait, but the others I understand where they may have to. But I would be reluctant to agree with waiting on the ombuds person, given the kind of level of interest in that position and the need for it. I want to commend you on the bilingual and special education stipends. I think that the raising the special education, although I have not seen the details around that, I think that that reflects our priorities. And I had some questions about the bilingual stipend, but you provided me the information, and I'm very impressed. And I just think, I hope that that gets public soon, because I think that that reflects a very progressive and kind of revolutionary look at how to build bilingual capacity throughout the district rather than just in the classrooms. So I hope that that will be public soon, and that can help us to recruit for our bilingual positions in the special education. The program intent, this is a detailed question. The bilingual intent codes that you provided in the packet, I just wanted to note, that it talks about it's referring to the state requirement for the spend. And I would just be interested in the information being provided to us about what the actual budget allocation is. So for example, in the area that I know best, the bilingual education PIC 25 is indicating that, that we have a $7,086,748 requirement for spending, but that represents 55%, I assume, of the amount that's allotted through the program, because the minimum spend is 55%. I would just like it noted on all these, like, this is the amount that we're getting from the state, so $12,884,000 for special education, for bilingual education, and then similarly for gifted and talented and CTE and special education. Just, again, I understand that the reason for those minimum spends is there because there are associated costs that aren't always going to fall in there, but I think it's helpful for us to know what those amounts are. And then 2 more specific questions. I've asked about this a few times, but I'm curious if it still exists. The bilingual allotment to campuses that amounts to $5,000 for some elementary campuses and like $100 for others. Is that still alive? Is that still reflected in here somewhere?
So it is reflected in the campus budgets, and so that allotment exists.
Okay, so can you help me understand that one? Like, how is, and I don't recall the total amount right now, I have it somewhere in the previous question I asked, but when we're looking, it's somewhere in an amount that would be equivalent to 2 or 3 salaries of people who could be working in the multilingual education team, providing support for campuses in a team that's been cut in recent years. But instead that 180,000 or whatever it is being allocated in little pieces to campuses, and it's money that's tied to, like, you have to account for it. There's limited ways it can be spent. So I'm just wondering, like, the prudence of investing that amount of money in these little pieces. What is Lee Elementary going to do with $100 to serve its handful of emergent bilingual students? What is well, I'm blanking right now, but what is one of our other campuses going to do with $5,000 when they have 700 emergent bilingual students on campus? What are they going to do with that $5,000 that's going to make a big impact versus what we could do if we had 2 people supporting them? If you could help me understand kind of the logic behind that allocation.
So that allocation has been in existence. One of the things that I did look at is if we only included that allocation to campuses at 35% or above, and that would save us about $88,000, where we can redistribute that in another area. So if we go higher in our percentages, then that would increase amounts where we could use that for staffing.
I guess I would be curious to hear from principals about, or see what information you've gathered from principals regarding the usefulness of those funds, what they've used them for, and to whether, like, really it's worth the trade-off. I'd like to see what evidence you all have that the trade-off is worth it, of capacity to support our campuses versus a few pennies that you can buy some books with.
And we can get that information for
Okay,
you.
I'd appreciate that. And I will continue to kind of challenge that idea until I'm persuaded otherwise. I don't see details on some of this stuff, but, like, for special education, for example, does this budget reflect, like, the money that needs to be spent for compensatory services? Is that spelled out somewhere, or is that just kind of in a big lump?
No, with compensatory services, we have to actually carve that out, and so that is included in the budget. It's under PIC 24.
Okay.
And
But is
so
it
when you look
spelled
at,
out?
It was in the Big Apple.
it's in one of the attachments.
But the compensatory services part is spelled out in the Big Apple? Because I see it on the
Not spelled out.
campus compensatory education supplemental allocation for $2,230,000. That's what we're talking about?
The 32.7 million.
I'm seeing, okay, but under that, there's 6,300 supplies and materials for campus compensatory education supplemental allocation, et cetera. But that doesn't really, compensatory services go beyond supplies and materials, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, if you look at the apple, that one, it'll show the green area is compensatory education services, 32.7 million.
Okay.
And so that includes staffing, supplies and materials.
Okay. And does that
professional
reflect the kind of
development.
the increased investment in that due to the fact that we are investing more in compensatory because of our delayed evaluations and everything? So that reflects the increase that we've had to invest?
Yes, and we can compare that to last year. I can
Okay.
get you that number.
Okay. And I hope this is my last question. So how much does this budget reflect the excess capacity that we're investing in for music and art by a minimum of, by having no shared teachers, where every campus has a minimum of 1, and once you get 500 kids, you get 2, like, but there's no, there's excess capacity for filling the schedules? How much are we spending on that?
Trustee Kaufman, just to be clear, so for example, the open blocks that we were speaking of before, right?
Yeah.
I do know that the Office of School Leadership has been looking at that at a campus-by-campus level. I do not have that information to be able to give you. I'm not sure if Mr. Hicks does.
Okay. I just think it's an
but I
important
do know that
consideration
they-
for our upcoming discussion about the essential areas and planning, and also for the budget, so
I
thank
do
you.
believe that that would be part of their plan, yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Trustee Lugo.
All right, so this is going to be probably easy.
Oh.
So I am wondering, Chief Ramos or Chief Hosak, what are your thoughts about how the community engagement piece, how that rolled out this year? I know, especially for you, Chief Ramos, you know, you've kind of done this budget thing under not just other school district administrations, but our changing administrations. And so I'd love to hear, you know, what are your reflections? What do you think went well? What do you think could be better next time?
So I think it was a key part of this budgeting process, not only to involve our stakeholders within the district, but our actual community. I think our community took advantage of that and really gave us some positive and important feedback. One of the things that I did see was that we really had larger participation for whatever reason when we did the virtual presentations, and I think it's easier for families. They don't have to travel. They can look at it through their computer or their phone. And so if we, I think, really make a concerted effort to get information out to the areas that we're presenting to, I think we'll have a pretty, and we can increase the participation through the virtual method. We did do several in-person presentations. Those were not as heavily attended. Part of it, I think the budget is just not as exciting as a bond presentation. So, but we did have some very successful virtual presentations with the community.
And Trustee Lugo, I think as far as lessons learned, I think when we started this process, we were a little behind, primarily because of the transition and maybe disruption in the organization. I think as we move forward, we'd be endeavoring to start this process a little bit earlier, support the engagement process, just the way that we have expanded even. But those big elements within the budget that need to be stable sooner than later, get those agreed to. And we had that conversation with the board early on. I think that helped our school communities be able to plan and staff, which is reflected in our vacancies. And so I just feel like if we could be where we are now 6 weeks earlier, we'd be so much better off. So we'll be looking to produce a schedule like that next year for you all.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you.
Trustee Whitley Chu.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about scenario 3 versus scenario 4.
Yes, ma'am.
So our AP 13 through 16 positions, are any of those campus-based positions?
These are executive directors and above at central office, no ma'am.
Okay,
No
thank
central,
you.
no campus.
Okay, and so that amount, that difference is about
$250,000. So in scenario 3, as I mentioned, as we scrub the numbers, the 3.8 should actually come down to about 3.2. And so the difference between scenario 3 and 4 at that point would be from 3.2 to 2.9. So the addition of AP 13 and above is roughly $250,000 to $300,000.
So I guess I'm looking at the difference between 1, 2, 3. Like, so where we have administrative professionals, 5%, AP 1 through 12. And then it says on scenario 4, select positions. So maybe, because the difference I'm looking at is 1.8 million.
So I don't know that that's.
I am looking at.
I think that might be the
Here.
previous presentation.
No, that might be the previous.
Is this old
Yes,
in my
ma'am.
binder? Okay.
Can we get, here we go.
It-
So
That
we
one.
have it up right there, Trustee Willie Chu. So again, I apologize for the retooling of it. There's daily pivots on how we can kind of, cut and slice this thing. So the administrative professional scale in scenario 3, for a 5% of midpoint raise for AP 1 through 12, which runs up through our high school principals.
Okay.
And then also 3% for AP 13 through 16, which is executive directors and above, based on midpoint. It was projected at that point. We didn't want to change the numbers on you right then because we don't want to move the cheese. But after scrubbing, it's really 3.2 million. And we made the error in that reporting because we didn't remove the folks that came off of the scale that are now on their new scale. And so they were inadvertently left in, and so it blew the number up a little bit. So 3.2 is really the cost of that right there versus 3.8. And then in scenario 4, we removed AP 13 and above completely. So truly, the only difference between scenario 3 and 4 is that $250,000 cost for AP 13 and above.
Okay, appreciate that. It's very
Yes, ma'am.
helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Sabata.
Okay, so I want to come back and ask the question again about the parent support specialist. Were y'all able to find out about the match? Because the original original agreement with the city and the school district was they would put in half and we would put in half. And I just can't imagine them just giving us $10, so, because we've never, we're at 16, so does that mean they've been giving us $8 or $9 or whatever adds to 16? So were y'all successful, or did anyone ask that question about that? Because that's one question on that. The other question is, how many PSSs do they support? Because I learned the other day there's 70-something PSSs, but not all of them are partially funded by the city.
So Trustee Zapata, I'll start off with saying that the methodology by which they fund PSSs is not tied to a rate. We have moved it to where we added $4 so that the minimum for any PSS, the starting scale, would be $20. So now we are matching on that scale. I have had conversations with multiple leaders and council members within the city of Austin to address that. Their fiscal year actually starts in September. So they're actually in the process right now of building up their budget, kind of like what we've been doing for the last several months. Mm-hmm. And so I have brought this up to them. I had a conversation today with 2 of them. So we'll be continuing to explore it. And if that occurs, then what it would be is essentially it's an offset, and then we might be able to use the dollars that have already been allocated to other PSSs elsewhere in the district. So it's really, we're still looking at it. There's a little bit of time that we have to build up the budget on their side. But we have made the commitment to go to $20 or a $4 flat raise across.
It will be a $4 flat raise. They are above that point already, so it would be $4 additional hourly.
And you are correct, Trustee Zapata, there are specific PSSs that aren't part of the city's grant that we cover as a district, but all PSSs are on the same pay scale, and so every PSS is paid the same rate and an aggressive rate.
So are PSSs not paid at all by Title I?
There are, yes. So our portion of funding for PSSs that are at Title I campuses, their salary is paid through Title I. We have a few PSSs that we are also paying through ESSER funding, and then we are keeping those specific positions in mind because when ESSER funds run out next year, we do plan to absorb those into our operating budget the 24-25 school year.
Okay, because I was on proposal number 4, where we were talking about the $250,000 that will be eliminated if we pick that one. Couldn't those dollars also go towards higher pay for instead of $4, like $6 for PSSs? That's we could set the tone for the whole city because we're already behind 1 year of paying $20 an hour. So they're gonna go up and then we're playing catch up. So it would just, that's one idea is use some of those dollars to give them a $6 raise instead of a $4 raise for the PSSs. They serve a whole campus by themselves. They don't have assistants. So it just makes sense to accommodate that expertise that we need at each campus. And right now, I don't think we do that respectfully. So that's one thing. And the other thing is I agree with Dr. Kaufman about the ombudsman. I don't think that's something we should put on hold. And if those dollars get removed for number 4 staff, that maybe we put that in the budget so that we must do something, and the ombudsman is a huge solution to many of the issues that we're having to deal with, and so that's just my other suggestion. Let me see. I think that's all. Thank you.
So one of the things I will add is based on our revised projections with the AP pay scale from 3.8 down to 3.2, that does leave us $600,000 to work with, so we will look at the ombudsman program. With regards to the PSSs, I think if we leave everything the same as far as the $4 flat raise, but one of the things that we can look at is where they are placed on their pay scale and see if a market adjustment is warranted, and that's how we would take care of increasing pay for the PSSs.
Okay, thank you. Any other trustees have questions? Trustee Foster.
So as all others are doing, I want to thank you for the hard work, and I share the excitement in beginning to provide the raises and compensation that get us to where we need to be. You know, Austin's increasingly unaffordable. So going from, I think we were at $13.50 or something like that, maybe a year or so ago in terms of classified. Then we made the jump, to 16? Now we're making the jump to 20. It's dramatic, right? And it still doesn't get us there. But it's going to make a difference, and I think that our community will feel that. So I'm really excited about that. I'm excited as well about the proposed 7% raise for teachers, librarians, you know, that set of our staff, that set of our community. When it comes to the areas where we're trying to make a decision about sort of a 3 versus 4 on the compensation, and whether we're trying to make a decision about ombudsman, literacy first, paper report cards, what was the fourth item? Oh, an R&D, like a research department. These are items that, in a sense, come with a cost, but I think in each case, we're talking about money that would be very well and thoughtfully spent. We need an ombudsman, as far as many of us are concerned, many folks. Our community's really clear on that. We need to be focused on early reading, literacy. Paper report cards, I just randomly sometimes ask folks about looking at the report cards and the number of folks across the socioeconomic spectrum who literally aren't seeing their kids' grades because they can't really figure out how to get in the system, and the passwords and the this and the that, and the frustration amidst all of our frustrations has our parents, has many of our community members literally not as dialed in as they want to be. So that going to paper, that old-fashioned, approach, seems to me to be likely incredible value add. And in terms of research and collecting data and crunching the numbers and coming up with the analyses, these are mission critical to our effectiveness, as far as I'm concerned. The decisions that we have to make are so weighty, are so consequential, and it's incredibly painful to learn more down the road after the fact of something that we really should have taken into account, and we didn't have the capacity to take it into account at the time. So each of these strike me as incredibly important. When it comes to compensation, when we look at the difference between something, we'll call it loosely across the board, versus something that is segmented where we're going to give raises here and not here. Traditionally, and this is going to be a question I'm going to ask to our Chief of Human Capital, traditionally that creates a compression challenge, or the likelihood of a compression challenge, which is to say, when you cut off raises at a certain point, you create a situation where a person at a certain level can make more than their supervisor, right? And you create a situation where, from an income standpoint, the value of going to the next step, we really need you in Central, right? So I'm going to leave my campus that I love, in order to, have 13 campuses and actually have no more compensation or very little more compensation. So you have to take wage compression into account when you are constructing a scenario, scenarios around how you are going to compensate folk. So I'm going to ask you about wage compression and if that would could become a challenge if we go from one scenario, if we segment our raises. The second thing I want to ask, and this is by recollection, last budget cycle, and maybe even the budget cycle before, and I was one of the folks voting for them, I accepted the recommendation that we give retention bonuses in lieu of real raises. I don't like retention bonuses because I think they're a falsity in a sense. You feel like you're making more money, but it's not going to your base salary, so it doesn't live with you into the future. And then at any moment, if there's not a retention bonus, or God forbid, there's not a raise, you are actually taking a pay cut in the next budget cycle. So I want to ask about that as well. So that's enough for now. So let me start
Yes,
with
sir.
those two questions, yeah.
Yes, sir. And I will be happy to answer that. So in terms of the compression that you mentioned, yes, sir. So when you cut a scale right in the middle or at any point, our scale, specifically the AP scale, is built at about a 3% increase per step. So AP1 to AP2, AP2 to AP3, it's about a 3% difference, roughly. And so as we raise 5% in part of it, and whether it be 3 or 0 in another part, those steps will start to overlap. And yes, sir, it is absolutely possible that someone that supervises another person may make less than that person. It is also possible that it, and likely, we even see it right now, it is hard to attract, and there's different philosophies on that, but it is very hard to attract. I went through it myself. It is hard to make that transition where you're like, I don't see that there's a draw for that. I like my 4 walls, and I don't want your 4 walls, right? And so it does make it quite difficult to do that. But in that scenario, yes, sir, we would have severe compression between 12 and then 13 and possibly 14. But to your second question, we have given retention raises, retention bonuses, I apologize, for 2 years now. And so this year in particular was $2,000. And so without that in place, and in the absence of any sort of raise, those folks will be taking a pay cut. So that is absolutely factual.
So
and I might mention I apologize, but I might mention the AP scale also has been the scale that has not seen a raise in, I think it's at least 3 budget cycles.
Okay. So thank you for clarifying and additional information, and I guess I'll share my general perspective. When I came onto the board, my insistence was on a balanced budget because we had gone several years drawing down our reserves in order to, fund our operations. And I think that was probably right at the time. And I feel like it was right to have balanced budgets for at least, the last cycle or so. And I feel that we are, and it's such a hard word to use, but I feel like we're in crisis in so many ways. And we are in a moment where we actually have really sharp folks in place who are coming up with solutions. And some of those solutions indeed cost us money. I'm at a year where so long as we, A, do not draw our fund reserves below the board set of 20%, and so long as we have a future plan so that looking forward, we are not heading towards a cliff where we are going to draw our funds balance below 20%, then I am for the retention of literacy first, the retention of the ombudsman in the budget, the retention of paper report cards, though that sounds like a small thing, the rebuild of a research department, and the compensation as worked out with Education Austin, the compensation package as worked out with Education Austin. So I'm in favor of what is not a bloated budget at all, it still doesn't get us where we need to be to serve our children, but it is the budget that I think that we should pass. That is to say, the fully elaborated budget.
Thank you.
I hate to take more time, but I'd like to follow up on a questioning that Dr. Foster had on the AP scale. So maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but like I'm looking at the AP scale for 2022-23, and on the mid-range, I'm seeing, like, well, first of all, I just want to clarify, we're talking about like 6-digit salaries here.
Yes, sir.
And so we're not talking about the $4 raise for classified employees to $20, and we're not talking about the 7% raise for teachers that will take them to the mid 5 digits, right? So, but what I'm looking at like AP 12 to AP 13 is like a 6% jump, not 3. And when I'm looking at AP 13 to AP 14, it's a 35% jump. Like this is where we're talking the big bucks. So I'm a little curious about that because, like, I'm curious about the decision up to AP 13 because like AP 1 to AP 13 are roughly, you know, little jumps. But then all of a sudden AP 14 is when you're getting into 183,000, 193,000, 202,000 at those levels, and then open for AP 17, which is I guess where we get to paying people $260,000 for certain chief jobs. So I just want to be clarify about the 3% gap between each one.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Trustee Kaufman. So midpoint is an anomaly that
It's similar for low and for minimum and maximum too.
So just to be clear, so midpoint really is a reflection of a market value as per like TASB standards. And so as you move into different pay scales, your years become, it really does depend in an equity pay scale about who's in that scale, right? And so how much those years are worth. And so as you move up, your years certainly are worth more, but again, when it depends on who's in that scale. So the midpoint tends to skew wildly, especially at those levels. Again, it's about market value. As those levels are set, I can tell you there are many conversations with many employees, especially about like, I'm not even making mid, and I'm at 15, 20 years. And so it really is quite inflated in that way.
Okay. Well, because even now, when you look at the high to the minimum to the maximum, an AP 12 could make more than an AP 13 because one could be at the lower
That
end
is
and one could be
correct.
higher. But I'm not really worried about compression at this level.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm seeing that these numbers are up there, right?
Yes,
Versus,
sir. They are.
right? So I guess I'm happy to see, I mean, with great respect for all of my colleagues at executive director and above, I'm confident that they are valuable and worth a pay raise as well. But given our status with our executive pay differentials and the budget challenges, I'm grateful that you proposed number 4 that doesn't have that. And I guess I don't see compression as an issue at that level because of those jumps. I'm also just curious about the statement about the not having the increase. Like when, I guess, I don't know, when I worked for the district between the years of 2020 and 2022, my executive director salary kind of just kept going up, and I really have no idea why. It just kept going up, and when I left, I was making considerably more than I had 2 years prior. So I'm just curious again about that statement around not having a raise in 3 years.
Absolutely. At least the last 2, if not 3, I believe it was 3, there was a market adjustment to AP scale, so separate and apart from any sort of percentage raise. So that very well may be true that there was more take home. The entire scale was reworked because of compression. But as far as intentional raising by the board, it's been directed toward, and rightly so, toward our teachers and classified staff for the last few budget cycles.
Any other questions? All right. So I think we can move on, but I wanted to ask if we have an update on the public comments.
I can go check. They were close. Let me go check real quick.
Okay.
You want to pull TC?
Yeah, DC local, yeah. So while our superintendent is checking on that, our last informational report item is over policy DC local. So Trustee Foster is the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trustee Foster is the chair of our policy committee. Can you introduce this item and share the ask for trustees, please?
Well, sure. So the policy committee, trustees Kaufman, Hunter, myself, and support from administration, we've been discussing a range of policies, 6 of which will appear on the May 18th consent agenda. However, DC Local, which deals with the hiring authority of the superintendent, is an item that the policy committee has not yet reached consensus on. So at this point, we need to somehow collect more data to get, I guess, a sense of the path forward. And this was an item that we wanted to really discuss publicly and with more data before actually making a policy recommendation to send to the full board.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. Any comments from Trustee Boswell?
I'd like to suggest, and maybe as some guidance for the policy committee to consider, or the whole board, that we get information about what other large districts in Texas do and what other districts in our region do, and use that as a guide for any conversation that we want to have, and that might help us figure out whether we want to stay where we are, make changes in either direction.
So, yeah, Trustee Hunter.
I've got it buried. I also, to Secretary Boswell's point, we have some good counsel also from Chief Hosek, and so we, in the committee, got to receive some things. So, in looking at going pre-pandemic, going back to pre-pandemic, and then what caused us to change, and then what would need to go back, and I know that some of my concerns were alleviated by speaking with Chief Hosek, and she was able to kind of counsel us. It's like the thing that you want to happen, that's not necessarily the tool to get you there, and there's some other tools that we have that can better get you there, and so also perhaps we can use our own resource. We have, I mean, of course, look out and see what other people are doing, because we want to be on par. We want to maintain, our prospective places in governance and that sort of thing. But we do also want to hear from Chief, I would like you to hear from Chief Hosek. Not right now, no. Do we have time? Can we do that? No, we don't have time. I didn't think so. I was looking, I heard my watch go off. So, but I do want us to make time for her at some future date, because she has really good counsel and advice, and she's doing what we plan her to do. Excellent.
Thank you, Policy Committee. If there's no objection, I'm going to move on to student achievement. I did want to say they're still working on redacting, so they're double checking and all of that. So I do appreciate the work that they're doing. So we'll just move on to 6.1, which is the scorecard revision.
Can I comment just that?
Yeah.
I guess a note of gratitude to the public that has put in comments and that is probably still here, probably getting the most boring lesson ever in democracy. So we appreciate your presence, and I just wanted to thank folks that were here.
I appreciate that. Thank you all. All right, so the next item is a follow-up to the update provided at our last regular board meeting to consider additions to our district scorecard for monitoring of metrics associated with special education. The Special Education Ad Hoc Committee of the board discussed potential options with administration and A.J. Crable, who you may recall was the consultant we worked with from the Council of Great City Schools, and helped us develop our current adopted scorecard. So in alignment with the reporting that we are providing, or that the administration really is providing to the Texas Education Agency, 2 new indicators are suggested for our discussion and consideration tonight. The first would be based on the total. So the first metric we're wanting to add, or considering adding, would be based on the total number of special education evaluations completed. And those would include both initial evaluations and re-evaluations. The second is the number of pending evaluations that are remaining to be done, basically the size of the backlog, or things that are not in backlog but have just been evaluations that are being processed. So there is a copy of the draft scorecard that's in our board docs, so the public can see that as well. So I would like to ask for your feedback and confirmation if we are ready to move forward voting on these two items next week at our voting meeting. And the interim superintendent and staff would be ready to answer any questions as well. I also want to note that once approved, the administration would provide 9 weeks of 9-week updates, so every 9 weeks, and an update following the summer to provide regular progress monitoring. So trustees, are there any particular questions or comments on this? No? Oh, yes.
So yes, I greatly appreciate the recommendation that we incorporate that because it's such a hot button issue around the needs for our students. I just want to acknowledge, right, that in addition to identification and in addition to performance on STAR, that we also, that there are many other goals that our special education team and teachers and principals are working on, including creating more inclusive practices, following IEPs more effectively, because not every IEP goal is going to be about STAR. And so just really recognizing the differentiation within and making sure that our parents feel that they're, honored and respected members of the ARD committee. So there's lots of other pieces. I just want to acknowledge that when we kind of prioritize certain things as scorecard measures, but that does not mean that we're forgetting everything else.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
And Trustee Kaufman, just to put a finer point on that, we will continue to provide updates regarding the special education initiative, which does cover all those goals. So this is specifically around those aspects, but we will continue to provide those updates.
Anyone else?
I do appreciate the chance to consider something that I think in the short term really helps measure our progress out of the situation we're in, and then over time we'll give our board and future boards a tool to make sure we don't fall back into that, which I think is an equally important part of our governance and something where we can, send forward, since the scorecard goes through 2026, to people who may be sitting in these seats in the future for a while, and a model that people can consider following in the future. I have a question about the language on number 10. Just want to be really clear about what we're looking at, because the same sentence talks about the number of pending evaluations, and it also talks about evaluations exceeding the required timeline. And so I think my understanding of that language is that the pending evaluations in 22, 23, 23, 24, and 24, 25 are a dynamic number. Or are we measuring only evaluations that are out of the timeline in those estimates? Want to be really clear about what we're looking at there.
I'll have Dr. Robinette, respond to that question.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent Segura, President Singh, Board of Trustees Drew Robinette, Assistant Superintendent for Special Education, and thank you for the opportunity this evening. So really the language around the pending evaluations, as you mentioned, the dynamic system follows all the way through that December of 2025 or whatever the ending point of the scorecard. There will be pending evaluations that could potentially come in that particular month. And that's when there needed to be a caveat. We could look at the language and whether or not those would be pending, but still within timeline. So the desire is to make sure that we are addressing sort of both of those factors, and at the end of that period of time, that we make sure that those, to the extent possible, are within that timeline. Did that clarity help?
That clarity does help, and it does suggest that once we hit that zero number of overdue evaluations, that it might be time to revise our scorecard to better reflect our reality at that point and our a shift in the governance role to making sure we're not falling off that. So
because
that is very helpful.
Because our goal isn't to prevent pending evaluations. Our goal is to appropriately put those into place. And so there will be some at that point in time that certainly will be within timeline, and we need to ensure that they are.
Yeah, and it helps to see that this sentence is really talking about two different things, because over this
That's
few-year
correct.
timeline, we're going to be looking at two different things.
That's correct.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, trustees? Oh, yes.
Oh, thank you, President Singh. Just as kind of just a sharing opportunity, want to communicate to the board and to our community or anyone else that's listening that we did have our follow-up meeting with Commissioner Morath. It was a productive conversation. Again, this is part of the process that we go through as we move collaboratively with TEA to kind of continue the response around special education. So just want to let everybody know that that did occur, and we're waiting next steps. So we'll provide an update here in the near future.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment as well on the scorecard, which is I just really appreciate that we have these two proposed new metrics. It is, we typically don't include on the scorecard things that are so operational, like the number of evaluations is really getting in there. And so, you know, when I talked to AJ Crable, I was like, I thought we couldn't do this, you know, but sometimes when, in case anyone's wondering, you know, sometimes if there's something that is so critical and so important to our work, we really think of it as a constraint. You know, it's like we're not going to allow a huge backlog of something. And this is something that, as Trustee Kaufman said, is not the only thing that is a challenge right now in special education, and I'm confident we're going to continue to get updates from our administration on that. But this is something that is really important to ensure that our families are getting served, and they're getting served quickly. And one of the things I'm super thrilled about is when we see a direct connection between our scorecard, which are really distilled major priorities, and the budget. And anytime we can make a strong connection between the two is a cause for real appreciation. So just seeing the 20% increase in salaries for our LSSPs and diagnosticians, I'm 100% behind that. It's going to totally move the needle. I think we're probably going to beat some of these targets. I think we may have already beaten some of them or very close to, but our kids really and our families deserve nothing less. So I just want to thank the administration for being amenable to this and being held accountable. I think we really share that sense of urgency, and just really want to appreciate Dr. Robinette and everyone who's been working on this. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to assume they're still working.
Yeah,
So
I'll get in there.
I'm sure they'll text you when they're ready. So we're just going to keep swimming along with the regular board agenda preview. So this regular board agenda preview allows the public and trustees to have the opportunity to review the agenda items that will be considered for a vote at the next regular board meeting, which is actually going to be next Thursday. Usually there's a 2-week gap, but we've got graduations going on. Is it really that time of the year already? Oh my goodness. And so AISD staff is available to answer any questions that y'all might have for tonight's preview. The administration has requested to add a late agenda item for vote during our next regular voting meeting, which is actually not listed on tonight's preview agenda because it just came in. And so I really, in the spirit of transparency, and I'm just sharing that the district wants to submit a low attendance waiver for Northeast Early College High School. The reason it was not listed on tonight's preview agenda is that the district only became aware that it would be necessary a couple nights ago, Monday night, after this agenda was posted. And we actually need to submit the waiver before the last day of school. So we don't want to take any chances that we're going to miss that. So without any objections, the district will add this item for approval at our next meeting. So I'm looking, I don't see any objection, no daggers. Okay, good. All right, so we will begin tonight with item 8, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. So trustees, are there any questions on these items under academics and curriculum?
I have one for 8.
Oh, yes, Trustee Hunter.
But I think this is a CFO question.
A CFO question.
I think so. Or, I don't know, the money people, yeah. Oh, thank you, Dr. Foster. So real quick, because I was looking, there's a lot of words on these papers, but I'm just asking a question about the $95,429. Since there's no matchup on our part, did I read? Oh, is this counted as a savings? Are we saving money with this 95,000? Because it's money we don't have to come up with, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but we can use it for all of the same things that we would use it for, like, I don't know, Head Start people considered FTEs? Okay, good, okay.
So we will redistribute it to areas where it's needed.
Okay, does that free up any money when we talk about compensation?
It could.
It could, okay. I don't want to get hopeful because I know you don't like to do that. So, so I will not do that. But yes, so that was good. That was the one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
On A1?
On A1,
On
no.
eight, on eight. Okay.
On A1?
Oh, A2, go for it. Dr. Kaufman, trustee Kaufman,
Essential areas.
that's related to the approval of the essential areas standards
So
of
I
service.
don't want to necessarily take time now to answer them, but I do want to just note that on May 3rd, I submitted a number of questions via the board tracker. And will those questions then be answered and then provided publicly on the agendas? Because I do want them answered publicly.
Sure.
Okay.
I can provide May 3rd?
I submitted them on May 3rd, yes.
Okay.
So there are 8. I don't want to take time during today's meeting to ask them all, but I would like to be public.
So then what we'll do is we'll create a administration's response and then just create another attachment to that agenda item.
Perfect.
And just say,
Thank you.
that's fine.
Great.
A2, leave like that note.
Thank you. Anything else? Nope. Okay. All right, the next section is 9, board administration. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Trustee Kaufman?
On 9.2, on the advocacy agenda, I'm not clear on what we are doing when that comes to the meeting next week.
Yeah, I'll be happy. TASB has 2 cycles of advocacy, adoption of advocacy priorities. Both cycles start at the board level. It's a very grassroots process in terms of TASB membership, which are the 7,000 board members and their school boards in the state. And in the year before a legislative session, they adopt a large number of legislative priorities that will be kind of the cornerstones of the legislative process. And then additional resolutions. In the off years, they kind of fill in gaps. And so these are just some things that aren't reflected in the current priorities that maybe came up during the session that came up from our community, and just we are proposing them to TASB. They will work their way up through TASB's system, and then they will be voted on by delegates at the TASB membership meeting in September.
So as
And
I'm
then
looking-
next cycle, they will sweep it all out, and they will start, again, building the whole legislative agenda.
Okay, so I'm confused about authorship, I guess. So attachment 1 is titled TASB Advocacy Resolutions 2022 to 24.
Yes.
And it lists 8 resolutions.
Yes.
Are those, did we author those, or?
We
we're
authored
proposing-
those.
If we approve this, we're proposing those to TASB.
Yes, we are, the
Now, are we voting
Intergovernmental
on this?
Relations Committee came up with those, and we will send them to if we approve them, they will go to TASB, and then they'll go through our process at TASB, and then TASB's membership will vote on some or all of them, depending, and they'll be checked for duplication with current TASB.
Okay, so this came from the committee. We are going to
Yes.
vote to approve attachment 1
Yes.
as our, okay. And
And
then attachment 2, it's titled TASB 2224 Advocacy Agenda Priorities as adopted by the TASB Delegate Assembly. So that's, what is that?
That was adopted at the meeting last September.
So this is
And
for information only?
That's for information only.
Thank you.
And so making sure that we're not duplicating things that are already in there, and that we see the holes that we may see.
Great. Any other questions?
It is cryptic.
Do you have a question, Trustee Gonzalez? No, okay. All right, thank you. Next, we would have Section 10, Business and Finance. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? Yes, Trustee Boswell.
Hi, I see Ms. Bejarano here, and we've received a great deal of email about school nursing and some people concerned about the changes, and would really appreciate a clear understanding of the what and the why. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the question. We're really excited to have an opportunity to have school nurses return to AISD. It's been.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just reminded by a viewer that to ask everyone to introduce themselves.
Oh, I apologize. My name's Elena Bejarano. I'm the Director of Health Services and Nursing for the school district. Nice to meet you all. So we have an opportunity to bring school nurses back into AISD as employees of our district. So it's an exciting time to not use complete vendor resources, and they will always be a resource. They've been great partners for us. But we would like to take that in-house, as well as provide an RN in every campus, is what we believe to be the best solution to some staffing issues, to higher medical acuity, and to have these health disparities that are happening right now. So this is an exciting time for all of us to regroup and have these nurses come back in-house under the Health Services Department. This will be a year, laid out for next year. It's not gonna happen immediately, but high school nurses will be the first hired, and we're super excited to have that principal be part of that nurse's commitment to the district, that nurse committed to the students, and that nurse committed to the community in a way that we haven't had for a while. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, what we're looking at.
Thank you. And I have heard a couple of very specific concerns. One about the provision in the contract that allows for an RN or a clinical assistant in both of the contracts, and then others that are people just really concerned about disrupting existing relationships. And then I think there's some people, Seton's such a trusted partner in our community, and some people concerned about a vendor that's not locally based, that people don't already have a relationship with. So I think those three things are the main concerns I'm hearing from people, and would love to know more.
We have we're a little heavy on a clinical assistant, which is a lay person that has some training in the office. They must be supervised by a nurse. So we'd like to reverse that role and have an RN in every campus, especially for our special ed students, where their medical acuity is high, and we want to keep them educated with their peers. So that's our main focus on having RNs. So that's the model that the National Association of School Nurses is recommending. We'd like to get more on track with that for our students. There's two that you'll see we went out to RFP due to some staffing concerns. So the two have already done business with AISD. They're well-known in the community and for us, and so we feel good about the procurement process that we used for them. And I think there's more stability in our own personnel as well, because the vendor could say tomorrow that nurse is gonna leave that campus and they won't be there anymore. And that's upsetting to parents, but if they have a consistent AISD nurse that forms a relationship, they're more likely to have that nurse throughout their students' time here. So it does help with consistency to have our own personnel and not a vendor supplying totally for us. They're always going to be integral, and there's no doubt that Seton has been an amazing partner. And this will be a slow process, vetted over the next couple of years.
Thank you, and I appreciate the leaning into a system that will help us lean into our inclusion of students on their home campuses when people are choosing that to be really more inclusive and aligned with our special education work, and going much deeper than the evaluations, and really making that possible for students to be where they want to be.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that. And then as far as people who feel like they have strong relationships with current nurses on campus, and they feel like that, or they have seen that will be disrupted by this, can you speak to that?
Sure, absolutely. So right now the staffing model is allowing for a lot of variability. So there will be a sub-nurse, there may not be any nurse. You may have your same nurse for a while. So that's kind of just the lay of the land when we're staffing nursing right now. So we're absolutely going to take anyone who wants to apply for those high school positions. And if they're already in that campus, we're going to consider that so that there's less disruption to those families, because they form a tight bond to counselors and nurses. And you all, I'm sure, remember people from when you went to school. And so we encourage that. If we have a great nurse at a campus, we want that nurse to be a great nurse for AISD. So I'm hoping that the public will get that we want to have stability, consistency, and we want to have that level of registered nurse that our kiddos deserve.
Fantastic. Thank you for that information. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I appreciate that as well. To follow up on that, though, you mentioned for the high school, but for the middle school where we're changing the provider, would that same opportunity potentially be there for continuity? Because it's the middle schools that I've heard from saying that they're worried about losing the nurse that they've had for a long time.
Absolutely, yeah. And, that's an interesting time in life in middle school, and so we try to be as consistent as possible. So they will have another vendor if the board approves that RFP, but that's a vendor well-known, and they also hire outside entities, so they may take from other hospitals and they may keep their same nurse. It'll just depend on that staffing agency's vendors at the time, how they're going to do that.
Okay, and I will certainly defer to our health services and to our human capital for this decision, but I guess I'm perplexed a little bit when I think about the current demands on our human capital to staff schools.
Sure.
And to, if our human capital will now be involved with staffing a whole another set of employees, and then as we have to make considerations around salaries and all these other factors that play into the process, I'm wondering, why we're moving away, when we're already overtaxed, why we're moving away from an outsourced situation. I'm also wondering about, does this mean that we will now be in direct competition with Seton and Ascension for nurses, and now we're going to be competing in the market to try to get the nurses that we need? And I'm curious about just the ability for us to, I guess the promises, I'm wondering if the similar staffing issues are happening in the nursing industry, who has also been taxed by COVID, who has also had their, pay being underpaid generally. So are we really going to be in a position, or are we going to be in a similar situation where we're teachers, where we're fighting to fill vacancies?
So they're excellent questions. And Mr. Ramos can, if we need numbers, he's our number guy, but we're actually going to have a substantial savings over time because the contracts have consistently increased. And at one point, I think the board adopted it as seeing it as a cost savings, but we're not there any longer. So just that alone will cause an impact that won't be felt in this way to the district financially. But also, when you have registered nurses, they're one of the few providers that can bill for services. So we can retain money back from SHARs that we're not taking advantage of currently. And that money could be, upwards of several $1 million. So we're going to recoup that funding in taking a chance with our nurses. And in direct contrast, not so much, because we're CA heavy right now. And so we'll be apples to apples with Seton, and we might even pay a little bit higher. And they really like our communities. They really like working here. So the draw would be for us to make sure they're comfortable, they're good with their students. We provide what they need. I provide any support I can give, my 27 years of school nursing, and make them want to be here. And I think nurses would like to have a more normal schedule, and that's what we can provide them. So I don't see too much in the competition way. Financially, Mr. Ramos and I have worked consistently with finding out that it's not going to be a pull on the district's finances. And eventually, it will be a financial gain for us.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Trustee Hunter.
We leapfrogged a couple, so I'm going to go back. Okay. And this is going to require Oscar. It's 10.1. The approval of interlocal cooperation contracts between Region 4 Education Service Center and Austin ISD for the Texas Education Exchange Beta Services.
Lana, I think you're okay.
Okay.
Unless there's any more questions for.
Yeah, you don't want to answer this.
Thank you, Oscar.
I lost the plot. Yeah. So I guess my first question is, I've read this and lost the plot. We have an SIS, right?
Correct.
We have SIS, okay.
Oscar, who are you?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening. President Singh, Superintendent Segura, Board of Trustees, Oscar Rodriguez, Chief Technology Officer.
So you're going to know all of this stuff, so good. So my first question is, since Region 13 is part of the group, why are we going with Region 4?
So TSDS is the Texas State Data Systems. They're evolving their data model. EdFi is a data standard. And so as part of that cooperative, we're looking to beta test those changes because there will be changes in the way that PEIMS and other state submissions will occur in the next year or two. So we're taking advantage of that partnership with that group to inform that rollout of that data exchange.
Okay. The next part is that money for nothing. TEA want to throw dollars at you. I'll take it. But it says it's going to be substantive. What is substantive in a number?
Let me take a look at. I'm sorry, in what piece are you doing?
So, I don't even know. The effort seeks to address common problems facing Texas school systems around the integration and use of data and analytics with substantive financial support and guidance from the Texas Education. What is substantive? Because if it's for $12, like, why are we doing it, right?
Well, so there's a lot that goes into the data management piece, and so there's a lot of investment from Michael Susandale Foundation, other vendors, into lessening the burden of data management with schools in the data movement. And so those investments will help ease that process by building out the system.
Okay, and so they will have access to data, our data, but not any more detail than the access they already have currently, correct?
Correct.
So the information that we already give them and all of our PIMS reports and all that other stuff, they'll still have access to that, but nothing else.
Correct. Nothing beyond the scope of what's already required. Without getting too technical, technology's changing, cloud. Currently, right, we submit things through PIMS and it goes through a process. With the technological changes they're proposing, the data will actually be sort of extracted from our systems via this new interface. And it will be in alignment with all of the PIMS pieces.
Okay, so here's the point where I get caught up. So this is kind of what I thought was going to happen. So they'll say, okay, we're ready to pull data. Boom, they pull it. What if we're not ready?
Great question. So one of the things that currently with this administration and just in a broader term, we're really focused on our data governance and our data quality and our data validation. Not to mention we have resources now that actually we're leveraging to scrub our data. PIMS submission should not be the catch-all for any situations. And so we're architecting that process now of continually reviewing, validating our data so that we don't get to that point.
Okay, and then capacity.
Yes.
So on our end, we're about to roll, I forget the name of it every time, so you know the thing I'm talking, the enrollment thing. What's it called?
Enroll Austin.
Enroll Austin or ERP. There's two big things.
Both of them, but I keep making them the same, they're not. So Enroll Austin, that's like over here housed in ERP, where we have all of the stuff, right? That's
Correct.
rolling out. Is this gonna complicate things?
No, this should actually facilitate things on our end, long-term, because we're not getting into the meat and potatoes of data management, moving things.
And it's gonna streamline it from what I'm.
And it will streamline our process.
I was 24 hours I've been reading, but yeah. Okay, so that's good. That's just what I needed to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have 10.2, sorry. That would be Dr. Robinette, I think. 10.2.
All right, any no more questions for 10-1?
Oh, no, thank you so much. Oh, well, I mean, me, I'm done. There's other people here. You can tell I'm an only child.
10.2, Dr. Robinette, please come up.
10.2.
This one.
Thank you, Dr. Robinette. I'm also in reading 10.2, approval of contracts for professional development, curriculum, and materials. So I read this, yay, let's get more support. I'm all about that. But the point that's sticking for me is there are 5 vendors, right? And so, because I'm way too deep now and don't understand what's going on, how are 5 vendors providing professional development to one district about one topic?
So Trustee Hunter, Drew Robinette again, thank you for the question. These are 5 vendors that are associated with sustaining and developing our teacher training for evidence-based, multisensory approaches. They're all validated through the state and nationally for our students. So they meet sort of that, what's often called as sort of that Gordon Gilliam-based approach, or that approach and those standards for our students. We did receive a $1.6 million dyslexia grant that was awarded, and it allows us to work with both the appropriate vendors for training, but also in resources, et cetera, for students as well. Our team, we have the ability through a target population of over the course of that grant to be able to reach special education teachers, obviously our dyslexia interventionists, and our district overall to be able to have strong intervention for over 2,500 students. So these are the allowable vendors. We likewise need to look at the substantial needs over time, not only in the training and development, but also for teacher materials, student materials that are still in alignment with that type of approach for instruction. So these are well-known, recognized, and approved vendors to help us to that end.
Okay, that's where I lost the plot. I was like, I don't want to call it a curriculum because I didn't know if it was a curriculum, but it's all like a best practices standard.
That's correct.
They all have it, and then so when a teacher at, say, I'm making up Navarro is getting some training for those services, then whether it's a different vendor for, say, a teacher at Northeast, it is still the same material or the same, I don't even have the words, the same thing.
The multisensory approach that
Yes,
meets
thank
the
you.
criteria that you're talking about. That's correct. And these are approved for that particular approach as well, and are pretty, if you look at the name standard, and well recognized for that.
I recognize some
Right.
of them, even though that's not my world, but I did recognize
Yes.
some of those names, and I was like, that's great, but I don't really understand.
Yeah.
So, perfect. Thank you so much. That has cleared up.
Appreciate
I will
the
have to ask these
question.
questions next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
So any other questions for 10? Yes, Trustee Gonzalez.
Dr. Robinette. Just to clarify, so this indicates that there were, I think, 12 bidders and 11 met the criteria. So even though you have a recommendation for 5 contracts, that there are still going to be additional vendors on our list in case the need arises or we decide to use them later? Is that correct? Is that how am I understanding correctly how the RFP works?
Yeah. So the RFP opened, if I am not mistaken, Trustee Kaufman in February. I need to go back and look at my notes as well to be very transparent
Yes.
with you. And so obviously when we go through an RFP process, it doesn't mean that we will utilize with each and every one of those folks, but if they meet the criteria through the RFP process for being evidence-based, research, the validity, those essential elements in the scope and sequence, then that could be, you're correct, that there could be some additional pieces in there. But the goal is, based on these vendors that we have in the service agreements that we'll take forward through this RFP, that we would be able, the grant and the renewal options could extend for other years, and if we needed to add other folks, we'd come back.
Okay. And is this RFP then closed? Or is it kind of a rolling RFP that additional vendors can bid as over the course of this?
These were already evaluated by the dyslexia team, and after the comprehensive review, from what I read, they were determined to be acceptable up to the 12. And
But
these
for
are.
example, I've seen rolling, like other districts I've seen where there's like a rolling RFP for providers. And so it opens, but over the duration of the next 2 years, they will continue to accept proposals. And as long as they meet the criteria, they'll add them to the list of providers. Is that what we're doing here, or is this closed?
This is closed.
This is closed.
I would say rolling, I think, is maybe not the term I would use. We would typically reissue every year. Rolling assumes that it stays totally open and anybody can bid at any point. So what would typically happen in this process, we receive the proposals, we evaluate, recommendation comes to the board, there's a fiscal impact that's noted, and then if the budgets are consumed or we need additional scope, we would go back out. But that's
Okay.
really based on the needs
So
of the
for
department.
example, but part of the criteria on here, right, is part of the criteria under evidence-based, et cetera, is that it has to be on the state list, the commissioner's list of products? Or no?
I believe that is correct, Trustee Kaufman. These were, from the notes that I have and what I've reviewed with the dyslexia team, these were professional, all of these are approved vendors or approved for providing these services, and I'll have to get back with you
And
on
if the
some of the
commissioner's
additional
list is
specifics.
updated with additional products, we could then reopen a new RFP to be able to allow those vendors to bid and to purchase their products?
It would really depend on if we need, so if a new vendor was added to the list, we would have to determine that the 5 vendors that have already been selected don't provide that service, or we've consumed the budget available to them, and then we would open it up again.
Okay. My concern or my questions around this are just around that I know dyslexia resources are a extremely important piece, and that finding the right materials to be able to empower our teachers to serve the students well. And I know that we've relied heavily on the CALT, Certified Academic Language Therapist model, but they don't grow on trees, right? So part of this looks like we're investing in professional development to get more certified academic language therapists, but we also have other materials for reading specialists who aren't certified as a CALT. We also have materials for teachers to use in the classroom.
That's right.
But we haven't found like the magic bullet yet, right? We haven't figured out what is going to best support across all of our students. So I just want us to, as we support these purchases, I want just to keep open to the idea that we still need to find the right materials and resources to get things done, particularly right around our Spanish and our dual language pieces.
Absolutely.
Because that's the concern that has been there for years, is that there aren't the same level of resources available for Spanish in particular, so for authentic, right, because Spanish literacy development is very different from English literacy development in a few fundamental ways. And so a reading program based on English isn't necessarily going to serve our students who are coming to school speaking Spanish as from home. And so ensuring that we are finding the right resources to use for them is a high priority. And there really aren't that many out there right now to choose from. And so I want us to be open to, if more arrive, that we're able to invest in those. And so, so when I look through these 5 vendors, right, like 3 out of the 5 are clearly English only, including the CALT model, right? 1 throws a few Spanish materials on their list, but I have 197 resources they have listed for them, either say Spanish or they have a Spanish word in them. So 4 out of 197. So I don't think that program is necessarily geared towards it. So it looks like we're falling back again on the 1 resource that we've used in the past. And this is a resource that literally in the paper here says, one of the programs is ideal for education professionals working with Spanish-speaking students ready to begin the transition into English into the classroom, which is not our best practice dual language approach. And so there's been considerable concern over time about this particular resource emphasizing a deficit model of thinking for students and emphasizing a transition to English as the goal for bilingual students instead of the dual language piece. So I just want, and I'm not disparaging that resource at all, I just know that that's the messaging that has been taken by it. And so I just want us to ensure that we're continuing to look for all students, right? We need to find the right resource for all students, but the Spanish piece is a priority. So I guess that leads me to a question just around, like, are we equipped within our dyslexia team as a district, are we equipped with the bilingual literacy and biliteracy capacity for providing that training and support and for making these decisions? Like, are bilingual specialists being consulted in making the determinations on the RFPs?
Yes, they are, and I can, I have a different notebook with some of the more details around those services, and you're right, there are limitations in some of the available resources, as you've mentioned, and it's obviously an area for continued improvement for us to continue to look at. And I, obviously, our Executive Director of Instructional Delivery and Inclusion, Dr. Lee, substantial experience with dyslexia as well, and prior working and coordinating that for the state. If there'd be a desire, we can follow up with some more details in and around that.
Right.
What's been done
again,
to date, and welcome the suggestions of ways we might be able to improve upon that in the future.
Okay. And I have tremendous respect for the dyslexia skills. What I really want us to ensure that we have is the bilingual dyslexia skills.
It's how it all layers together.
So my last question on this is kind of the big one, and that is that what I've been asked most about in the last couple of weeks is around kinesthemas, which is a Spanish literacy development, authentically developed in Spain to support literacy development. And it's something that several of our campuses have used, that the teachers and the principals who use it have consistently said that they have never seen gains like that in their literacy development in Spanish of their students in kindergarten and first grade, that it is extremely it's because of the kinestemic nature of it. It is extremely effective for students who display signs of potential dyslexia. But it's not on the commissioner's list. It was not a bid here, right? I did not see them listed as one of them who bidded for this. So I just want to be able to answer for the people who are asking me, why aren't we investing in kinestemas anymore? Because that's what I've heard, is that even the campuses that have been using it, like, we're not going to be providing the resources or the training anymore. So I just want to kind of verify that we are or are not continuing to support kinestemas, and then if I could just be able to answer the question for the people asking me, if not, like, why not? Is it commissioner's list? Is it consistency across the district? Like, what is it is it because they didn't bid on this particular RFP? Like, so if I could get an answer for people about why not kinestemas?
Yeah. I mean, so this particular agenda topic, or actually agenda preview, is specific to the RFP. And so they obviously from the listing there, it wasn't part of the bidding process or the RFP pre-process. So we certainly can bring, I'm not aware of those changes that you're referencing, to be honest, related to kinestemas at this time. Although this is not an agenda topic for this evening, there has been some work around the pre-K through literacy initiative, which I think will be discussed at a different point in time, and sort of the criterion, and perhaps that might be some of the questions or understanding that may need to be delved into further at that time.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll submit that as a written question then for the academics team around where we're at with kinestemas. In particular, for this particular agenda item, then I just want to emphasize, I think it's a frustrating thing for the people using it that it's not identified as a resource for dyslexia, because the teachers who've used it have found it to be successful as a resource for dyslexia services. And so I just want to kind of put it on this agenda item to say, can we continue to explore whether we're able to find more authentic and effective Spanish dyslexia resources, such as kinestemas.
And we can work with the team to provide a response prior to the voting for you all to have as well.
I think I'm 100% okay with this piece. I just want us to put on the radar again.
Absolutely.
Like, can we do a tight look at kinestemas moving forward? Thank you, Dr. Revenant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
No, you're good. You're like being called to the principal's office. No, this is good. I do have a question about 10.3, and I'm not sure who can answer that, about the nurses coming in, the I don't know if it's an MOU or whatever, about nurses, occupational therapists, physical therapists coming into AISD?
Clinical experience.
Is it Elena?
Clinical, is that who it is?
She's here. Yeah, it's 10-3, correct? 10-3.
Okay, 10-3, yes, sir, thank you. So, real quick, just a question. So, we have RNs coming in. Where these practical, what are they? Student nurses, and I love student nurses. I always give them, I have a 3-stick rule. I mean a 1-stick rule, but for them, I always give them 3 sticks because I want them to practice, because that's a teacher, I've always
Very
worked with
good.
teachers. So, but yeah, I do have a 1-stick rule. You miss, get the next person. But where are they going to be, and how are they going to be integrated into AISD?
Wonderful question. So one of the other benefits of bringing in our nurses under health services is that we can form these partnerships with our universities. So UT, ACC, will outreach to other communities, and they can bring their student nurses in both as a learning experience and for assistance with our nurses. They can do hearing and vision. They can learn, how to do the kids' assessments. So it's a win-win situation when we reach out to the community to provide preceptorship in our school nurse offices.
Okay, and when will that roll? It was rolling out all at once, like they're coming in 23. Do we know, like, have a number or?
So the clinical instructor will first let me know how many are coming. We'll make sure the nurses want to be part of that situation. So it's an ask of a nurse. We have
like a cooperating teacher.
Exactly. We have great nurses. Most want to be preceptors to grow this profession because we like to see those students come back to AISD and work for us. So we're going to make sure there's a want from the school nurse to preceptor. Then we'll put them in different campuses. Just work it out with the principals on who wants to take them. Are they okay with the situation? Normally 30-ish is about a placement a semester.
That's really cool. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
Any other questions?
10-3.
On section 10?
Well, we're on the subject of the nurses still. So I'm excited about bringing you all internally. I think that's going to be great, especially because mental health is one of our priority areas. And I'm wondering if, do we still have an independent mental health counselor at our high schools? Or, yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata, and you've been a wonderful supporter of nursing, as all of you have, so I appreciate that. Mental health is going to be first and foremost, and there's some exciting changes that you all will hear about as far as our SEL department. Nurses are going to be part of that crisis management team. It's yet one more benefit to have our employees sitting in those that can have follow-through with students. So right now, we still have the mental health centers. They're in full effect. Referrals are going through our Gramercy, which is our Tier 4 mental health services. But I know Dr. Williams and Dr. Ross are working diligently, because we know it's a priority for you all, to make sure those mental health services are top-notch for this coming school year.
Excellent. Also, I'm just curious about a follow-up. A couple of, maybe 2 years ago, no, it's my first year when I was here, where I heard about the case of sexual assault cases that were happening, and is that something that you all will also be trained on?
Yeah, so the nurses all have their CEUs, their continuing education units. We have them do a lot of those in child abuse and sexual abuse. Yet one more advantage to having those RNs on campus. And then we make resources with Seton, Dell Children's, Scott, Baylor, and White. So we make a lot of inroads also for the hospitals so that we have references, referrals for our victims of those situations. They're unfortunate, but if we can get the student onward with resources, they do much better.
Well, I think this is really great, and I'd be very interested in hearing as you unfold the work, how all this works, so I'm clear how you are integrated into the campus, because I think on the campus improvement plan, there's the health services piece. So how is that, what will be the goals for that campus? And, I'm just very interested in knowing all that.
There's going to be some exciting work with human capital, with getting some employees, some resources that nurses can provide. That will be on the forefront. But student services in general, we're working to boost those health services and really reverse those health disparities in the Eastern Crescent. They need a lot of help in those areas. So nurses are great at finding resources and activities for that. So I'm very excited as well.
Yeah, and also there's if y'all thinking of, maybe it already exists, about how students could have a handbook of what services are there so they can self-refer.
Perfect.
I think that would be very helpful.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez?
Sure. Sorry, it's not a question for you. I apologize. It's on 10.2, and then I also have a question on 10.14. Dr. Robinette.
Dr. Robinette.
Sorry.
10.2. I was trying to get 10.2 down. No, it's not your. And then 10.4?
14. 10.14.
Okay.
Thank you for keeping the chair warm for me, Ms. Bejarano. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Hello, Dr. Robinette.
Hello, Trustee Gonzalez.
As I was listening to Dr. Kaufman's questions, I think it would be helpful to know, or if the district already doesn't have this information, I would like to know which campuses are using which programs, which are using Kinesthemos, which are using Reading by Design, and then which campuses have the capacity to facilitate take flight, as it's required to be instructed by a CALT. And my second question, is my only other question on this topic, is how is the district planning to use this investment, this grant money, because it is substantial, to increase a more equitable distribution of CALTs? I saw that there's money within a few of the contracts for retraining on take flight. Is this also going to provide initial CALT certification? Is that going to cover that for teachers? And then I noticed that the numbers are pretty small. It's like 10 teachers that will receive retraining and take flight by the Dyslexia Center of Austin. So where are those 10 teachers coming from, and how are we going to use that retraining to improve literacy scores in traditionally underserved parts of town?
Right. So you're absolutely right. And so the teachers, it can be initial training for those things. We have, I'm going to invert my numbers here, so I apologize. It's either 123 or 132 dyslexia interventionists, so I should have that number precisely. And then we likewise have a large number of our special education teachers as well that are involved in a variety of training pieces that we have here within the district, including the certified academic language therapy components that you're referencing. And so we are first trying to build the capacity within our team overall, and then ensure that we have quality services and capacity across those available positions. Prioritizing those has been really based on the vacancy needs that have been in place, to be quite transparent with you. But we can talk with our team if there needs to be some additional prioritization for those individuals. Did that answer your question?
It does. I was just thinking about the priority campuses that were identified in the budget presentation, and how I would assume that there's overlap with vacancies across the district in those campuses, but I don't want to assume.
Right.
I would like to know that this is a targeted investment. But thank you.
Okay.
Christine Steenport, Interim Chief of Operations. Thank you. I might be able to answer this one, but.
Good evening, Board Trustees, President Singh, and Interim Superintendent Segura. Interim Chief of Operations, Christine Steenport. What questions may you have?
Hello. My question is about 10.14. I read through the list of campuses that were provided in the report, and the different hazardous traffic areas that were identified. My question is, what is the administration's plan to respond to these hazardous traffic conditions? Because one of the high schools that I taught at was listed in the report, and I could not think of a year that I'd worked on that campus where we didn't have a student that was struck crossing one of the roads that's identified in the report. In addition to that, we have students every morning that walk across a major interstate, I-35, to arrive to campus. So I see the report. I didn't read any obligation to respond. I saw that it's required by TEA to conduct this every so often. But what is the administration's plan to do something about these areas?
Right, thank you. Thank you for that question. So like it says, this is a routine item required by the Texas Education Agency. And so we want to ensure that obviously we have safety and we identify those conditions, and that we provide bus services. So if there are no sidewalks, or if they're walking under bridges or over freeways, we don't want that. So we are able to provide bus services to those students so that they do not have to walk through those hazardous conditions. And also our Executive Director of Transportation works very closely with Safe Route to Schools to find mitigation strategies with the city and other offices in the city to really work to improve those conditions.
That is very interesting. Thank you for saying that, because when I was thinking about this particular road, there's a CAT Metro bus that leaves at 4:35, and you have to get to the other side of the street in order to catch that 4:35 bus. And so if school lets out at 4:30, you have kids that are rushing to get to that CAT Metro bus at 4:35. So I'd like to see, because that's been the case for a very long time, and I'd like to see the manifestation of the collaboration that you just described. So thank you.
Absolutely. Our Executive Director of Transportation and Fleet Services has a very strong relationship with CAP Metro.
I would love to talk with you about that specific bus stop.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Trustee Gonzalez and Board of Trustees, I think it's also important to note that we're currently negotiating an interlocal agreement with the City of Austin, which also includes investments around sidewalks. So how we build and how we improve our facilities really does require City of Austin, AISD, Cap Metro, everybody working together. So that's going to come before the board probably sometime in August. But a lot of the things that require joint partnership to actually implement outside of our properties will be listed within that document.
Thank you both.
Trustee Hunter.
Wait.
Christine?
That's how you felt a few minutes ago, right? He's like, where you going? You should have said something. So I want to put one on your list that's not on your list because the school is not open, but it will be Marshall because students will have to cross 51st. Windsor Park Neighborhood Association is like working on something like a bike trail, I believe, or whatever. But yeah, kids will have to cross. Also, second part to that is Trustee Gonzalez made me think of something. My own kid, school gets out, Sadler Means gets out at 3:50. The bus comes at 3:54. She needs to walk out of one door because if she walks all the way around, she'll miss the bus and have to wait till like the next 15 minutes or whatever. And so that, I wonder, like thinking about our city and our schools, I don't know that Capital Metro would like adjust like all of their buses, but maybe we could adjust our times by just 5 minutes, right? And so that, because I know what kids do, because I watch them do it over there by Graham, they just run across the street. They don't worry about the sidewalk, they just run across the street. So that's something for us to be thinking about is we can't, me and Cap Metro, we go way back. They know Miss Hunter. But I think that we probably would have better movement. You guys would have better movement by adjusting. I don't know how many minutes it would have to be, but to make it just kind of look at that and see like how many of our kids are taking the city buses because it's free, right? That's what my kid takes it. And then how many are having to wait? Because I don't like her sitting on the bus stop for 15 minutes. I was like, I'll just come and get you. All right.
So, Trustee Hunter, the General Marshall point is well taken. I'd have to verify if that site was actually considered, since this is kind of a reoccurring analysis that occurs every year, and this is a new facility, so certainly appreciate that. And then whenever we think about the schools, one of the things that we're trying to do as we move forward is identify the milestone in which we sit down with the principal and the staff to work through the completion of the master schedule, as well as the safety protocols around how they're going to operate next year. And so I think that's where the space would kind of be for that conversation. So it's all a function of timing, but we're getting there.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, trustees. One more. Yes.
Okay, I'm glad that we're talking about transportation, right? Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, because I think that, me and Cap Metro go way back too. But I think that it would be, I don't know, we have a joint committee right now with the city and county and AISD, and I really think Cap Metro should be at the table, and as well as somebody else, I can't remember. But because when they took away a bus from Eastside Memorial that would take students to the campus, volunteers, mentors, tutors, a lot of people, a lot of students, we have partnerships. And when they removed that bus, I found out because mentors were not able to come anymore, volunteers couldn't come anymore. It was, by the time they walked to the school, it was already time to go back to the bus stop. So it's important to have that relationship early on so we don't have to go reverse what they've already done, and that's not easy to do, and it wasn't done. So I don't know if there's how we could do that, but I think for any time that there's new developments and then they're thinking of changing schedules, that we know we're part of that conversation and not after the conversation.
Absolutely. And you may be talking about a bus stop with Capital Metro near the ACC campus behind Eastside Early College High School?
Oh, no, this was where they were at the old Johnston.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it was back then, but still, it still exists. Students still have to walk that mile. So I remember talking to TEA about the 2-mile rule. Did that go away? Because they said that was an ancient rule and they should remove it because of the way traffic is now. So I don't know if that happened.
Trustee Zapata, the 2-mile rule is still in place, which is why this agenda item is so important, because it identifies areas or locations within the 2-mile radius where we can still provide transportation. And then regarding partnerships with Cat Metro, we have been meeting with Dottie Watkins, the CEO. I've been meeting with her to establish kind of a collaborative relationship, because there are multiple things that they could benefit from us and we could benefit from them. So that opportunity is being explored so we can address those questions. We haven't really had that avenue in the past, but we are meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee. So, and I really appreciate it. Are there any other questions? Because the comments are ready, correct? Yes. We just got a message that the comments are ready. So, at this time, I don't know, Ms. Vadillo, I don't know if we need to communicate to comms, that we're ready to hear the public comments. So thank you again, everyone, for your patience. Really appreciate that.
Hello, my name is Rosa Arroyo, and I am a proud member of Education Austin. I am calling because I am urging you to vote yes for the pay raise. The pay raise will help me have to no longer have a part-time job, because I am a single parent, and I also been with the district for 21 years. So having to have a full-time job and a part-time job is really hard. So this would really help me on my finances and my physical health to keep going with the district for more coming years. I am a hard worker for the district and been here this long, so I know we still need to make a little bit more higher pay raises, because everything is going up with the inflation, but this is a good start where we can begin to doing this. So I urge you, please.
Hello, my name is Richard Bond. I'm a police officer with the district. Austin ISD police employees are required to complete 30 years of service before they are eligible to reach maximum pay at the current pay rate. The average police officer in the Austin metropolitan area reaches maximum pay for their position with only 14 years of service. The Austin ISD Police Association's compensation plan would change the current scale to 15 years, bringing ours in line with the agencies around us. Please consider and implement the Police Association's compensation plan. Thank you.
Hello, trustees. I would like to make sure that every trustee here is aware of a decision that was made concerning Bowie High School. The claims made for this decision possibly falling under a FFH local guidelines were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before this action was taken. The board has disregarded its own public policies regarding this decision. I ask you, the board, who we trust with the education of all of our children, why are you ignoring the rights of 47 athletes who behave in accordance to this handbook? Quote, applied equally to all athletes, end quote, in a level 2 grievance. This is not just a cheer team issue. This is a message that you are sending to anyone who makes claims against teachers, staff, or students without sustaining such claims can overturn those decisions that you put in place to do what's best for all students. Your actions have shown a complete lack of support and respect for the staff involved. Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty deserve transparency. You will continue to lose exemplary coaches and teachers if you do not take action now.
I'm Senior Police Officer Derek Westervelt. The lack of a graduated pay scale for police department employees creates internal pay inequities. It is also inconsistent with compensation for teaching staff who are eligible to receive raises on an annual basis. The compensation plan proposed by the Austin ISD Police Association would implement a system in which officers receive modest annual raises based on their service to the department and to the district. The district says that it values equity in pay. If that is so, then please consider and adopt the plan proposed by the AISD Police Association.
Good evening. I'm Robert Morgan, parent of a James Bowie High student. In my experience, local school boards are made up of a few of the most thoughtful persons in their communities. With that in mind, I appreciate your consideration of my concern. At Bowie High School, there's a long tradition of outstanding student achievement in everything academic and extracurricular. Spend a little time around Bowie and you'll soon learn that one of the strongest, best organizations is the cheer group. It's 2 first-class teachers working with dedicated and talented students. They are truly the keepers of the spirit at James Bowie High School. As I understand it, this board has made a decision to mandate a second unplanned tryout for this year's cheer squad. In my opinion, this certainly undermines the authority of the teachers involved and, more importantly, the authority of your own administration at Bowie. Additionally, this decision has the unintended consequence of removing any requirement that minimum standards must be met to gain and maintain membership in an AISD-led organization. I assume this was not the result that was intended by this board. So this evening, I respectfully request that you reconsider your decision and instead choose to support our dedicated.
My name is Liana Delgado, and I'm a Crisis Intervention Officer for Austin ISD PD. The Austin ISD Police Association's proposed compensation plan aims to bring police wages to a level that is equal to average police compensation in the Austin metropolitan area. This, we feel, is the bare minimum necessary to recruit qualified, competent applicants and retain the exemplary officers already on the department staff. We ask that the board considers and implement this plan for the 2023-2024 school year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Ramirez, and I work in the special education department as well as am a Education Austin member. I'm calling to urge the members to vote yes on the pay raise. The pay raise will help. It means more stability for my family and more opportunities, but the main reason I'm calling is to support my fellow staff members, those that are single parents waiting on subsidized housing, working 2 jobs, or unable to afford to live in the city. The staff members covering the work of 2 people or more because the department can't seem to hold on to or even find qualified teaching support staff that are willing to work for the low wages. And ultimately, I'm calling because of my students who are the ones who lose out when we're not fully supported with our staff or have qualified support staff that are earning what they deserve. So I know that everybody in this district works hard, and I'm just urging you to show that you know our worth by voting yes. Thank you. Bye.
My name is John Yoder, and I'm a police officer with the Austin ISD Police Department. Texas House Bill 3, once passed, will require that the district place an officer on every campus. To do so would require at least a doubling in staff for the Austin ISD Police Department, which already struggles to hire suitably qualified officers. Implementation of the AISD Police Association's compensation plan would better position the department to attract and hire skilled personnel, both sworn and civilian. The members of the association ask that the board consider and implement this compensation plan to make ours a more attractive department for which to work and which complies with state law.
Hi, my name is Kristen Cannon, and I am a school counselor here at the district. I'm also a proud Education Austin member, and I'm calling today to urge you to please vote yes for the pay raise. This pay raise would help me pay back student loans from grad school that I had to take out to fulfill my dream of becoming a counselor after 12 years as a teacher. Additionally, I would be able to try to build back my savings for any emergencies that I might have, since I haven't been able to save lately with the cost of everything being so much higher. I just want to say thank you for the ways that you serve us and the ways that you serve our families. I do work hard for this district and our students. We know our worth, and I'm asking you trustees to please show that you know our worth by voting yes for this pay raise. Thank you so much.
I'm Officer Gilby with the AISD Police Department. I'm assigned at Bearchat Middle School. I just want to express my concerns. Also, ISD police staffing levels have fallen so far that it's impossible to fully staff campuses, patrol positions, and supervisory positions. The number one reason for our officers' departure is the superior pay plans offered by other local departments. The Austin ISD Police Association compensation plan would rectify this issue and was created by the officers it would affect. Our officers deserve the opportunity to advocate for their own futures. Please consider and implement the police association plans. Thank you.
Maria Fector, Bowie chair parent. Good evening. I would like to make sure that every trustee here is aware of a decision that was made concerning a Bowie High School. The claims made for this decision, possibly falling under a FFH local guidelines, were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before action was taken. The board disregarded its own published policies in reaching this decision. I ask you, the board, we trust with the education of all of our children. Why are you ignoring the rights of 47 athletes who behave in accordance with the James Bowie Cheer Handbook that you ruled applied equally to all athletes in a level 2 grievance? This is not just a cheer team issue. You have sent the message that any can make claims against teachers, staff, and students without substantiating such claims, and overturn decisions of those who have put this in place what's best for all students. Your actions have shown complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty deserve better transparency and answers from the Board of Trustees. You will continue to lose exemplary coaches and teachers if you do not act now.
Hello, my name is Shelley. I am an AISD parent. I was surprised to find out that the board is involved with basic cheer team tryout issues at Bowie High School, especially without getting information from all parties. This seems ridiculous, and it also seems very irresponsible and unfair of you to have made a decision in a grievance based on the Bowie cheer team's written policies. And you are now demanding that all of you who made the team follow the rules and high standards. Please reconsider what your decision was based on and think about what kind of message this sends to our high school students about following and respecting rules. Your decisions have to be fair and considerate. Your bad decision could result in ruining the fun, the positiveness, and the integrity of this team. That's not fair or considerate. Thanks.
Good evening, trustees. I would like to make sure every trustee here is aware of the decision that was made concerning at Bowie High School. The claims made for this decision, possibly falling under FFH local guidelines, were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before action was taken. The board disregarded its own published policies in reaching this decision. I ask you, the board, we trust with the education of all our children. Why are you ignoring the rights of 47 athletes who behave in accordance with the James Bowie Cheer Handbook that you ruled applied equally to all athletes in a level 2 grievance? This is not just a cheer team issue. You have sent the message that any make claims against teachers, staff, and students without substantiating such claims, and overturn the decisions of those you have put in place to do what's best for all students. Your actions have shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty deserve the transparency and answers from the Board of Trustees. We will continue to lose exemplary coaches and teachers if you do not act now. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Stacy, and I'm a Bowie High School parent. Good evening, trustees. I would like to make sure every trustee here is aware of a decision that was made concerning Bowie High School. Cannot possibly be equitable for all students involved. A meeting held 2 months after the original extra time to work on skills that were not afforded to those who tried out on March 9th. Fails to be equitable to a tryout of 4 people at one time. It doesn't use the same certified judges, the same criteria and scoring system, and other for students trying out at the same time fails to be equitable. And is not required to learn and practice the same material in the same amount of time is not equitable. That were required by who tried out on March 9th is not equitable. Parents are prepared to file grievances based on these inequities. Your actions have shown a complete lack of respect
and support for the staff involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty deserve transparency, and I urge you to reconsider your decision. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Kim Betty Ancilla, a 25-year AISD speech language pathologist. I first want to say that this current Board of Trustees is amazing. I went to several meetings around the pandemic, and I went last month. You are all a tight-knit group who cares a lot about kids. Regarding agenda item 5.2 in the budget, my concern is that SLPs are not getting a raise commensurate to that of LSSPs and educational diagnosticians. AISD is under conservatorship of TEA because of the evaluation backlog, which was not created by SLPs. SLP evaluations have always been completed on time, and we have always kept AISD in compliance with TEA. In my 25 years, SLPs have remained loyal to the students, staff, and families in spite of a pandemic, much turnover in special ed administration, and unprecedented mass resignations of evaluation staff. SLPs have stayed strong for AISD, and we bring in much money through Medicaid reimbursement for speech therapy and evaluations. Therefore, I feel like our raise should be commensurate with that of the LSSPs and educational diagnosticians. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Marcela Sanz Blanco. I'm a first grade dual language teacher and a proud Education Austin member. I am also a parent with children in Austin ISD schools. I have been teaching for 17 years. I am urging you to vote yes on the pay raise. It is difficult to continue being a teacher when so many of our colleagues are leaving the profession because they cannot afford to live in Austin. This affects staff morale and has a negative impact on our students' learning. A pay rise will help you attract and retain teachers, and it will help me offset the rising costs of healthcare that continue going up and up. I work hard for this district, and I believe that our work is very important. We know our worth. Please show that you care about the Austin ISD community by voting yes for this pay raise. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marina Gallup, and I am an AISD teacher, urging you to vote yes to the raises. I have been living in Austin for 2 years after moving back from Houston, and my colleagues there are now making $12,000 more as teachers than what we are, and it's hard to compete with to keep good teachers here and help with the shortage. It's just not a sustainable and livable wage in Austin. This year I was really hoping to foster 2 students at my school, and I could not afford to buy a home, even with all the savings I had built up in Houston, and I couldn't afford a 2-bedroom apartment with the additional foster care money. I just am so proud to work here. I think all of the things you guys are doing, my heart is here, but it's just not sustainable for teachers and staff to live off this.
Ana Lati, bilingual teacher. I am a veteran teacher. I've been working in Austin ISD for 10 years as a bilingual teacher. I am a single mom, and my son has been just accepted in UT, which means that I'll have even more expenses now. With my current salary, I cannot afford to live in Austin anymore. I love being a teacher, but if we don't get a raise, I'm afraid I will need to change careers. Please consider adjusting salaries for veteran teachers accordingly, not just for new hires. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Estrada, and I am a first grade teacher at Williams Elementary. I attended AISD schools from pre-K through 12th grade and have spent my 7-year teaching career working in AISD. I plan to spend my entire career teaching in AISD, but the cost of living keeps rising and our pay does not match. I am urging you to vote yes on the pay raise. If a significant pay raise does not occur, I won't be able to continue my teaching career, and I will have to move on to another career that pays me a living wage. I should not have to work a second job to pay my mortgage, but unfortunately, that is the case with my current pay. This pay raise is extremely necessary if you want to keep your experienced teachers and hardworking classified staff. Show us you know we are worth more pay. Vote yes.
Hello, this is Eric Ramos, and I'm just calling in tonight to thank you for considering this extremely big and bold pay raise for all employees, not just certain ones, especially to the pay raise that y'all are considering for our hourly employees who are often given so many extra jobs and rarely given the pay raise they deserve. This will make it a lot easier to help fill some of those positions now that y'all are, well, hopefully when you vote, will raise their rate. But I also want to point out that this is just a starting point. We still need to look at lowering the workloads for all employees so they're not doing 5, 6 people's jobs. and ensure that we're decreasing the amount of testing that we're giving on our students, and that happens for all campuses, not just select campuses. Every campus needs less testing. So I hope and urge you to pass the pay raise that is in the consultation agreement with Education Austin, but then let's also look at reducing workloads and decreasing testing, amongst other things. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. I would like to make sure every trustee here is aware of a decision that was made concerning at Bowie High School. It cannot possibly be equitable for all students involved. A trial being held 2 months after the original will give them extra time to work on skills that were not afforded to those who tried out on March 9th. A fails to be equitable to a trial of 4 people at one time. That does not use the same 3 certified judges, uses the same criteria and scoring system, and comparatively to other students at the same time fails to be equitable. Is not required to learn the practice the same materials in the same amount of time is not equitable. That required of everyone who tried out is not equitable. Parents are prepared to file grievances based on these inequalities. Parents are prepared to get the news media involved based on these inequalities. Your actions have shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty deserve transparency and answers from the Board of Trustees. You will continue to lose exemplary coaches and teachers if you do not act now.
Hi, my name is Mallory Vinson. I teach first grade here at Williams Elementary in Austin. I come from a long line of proud educators, and teaching is my passion. It breaks my heart that I'm having to consider leaving teaching or moving out of my hometown of Austin, Texas, because currently I can no longer afford to pay my rent or my bills, which is more than 2/3 of my monthly income. With the cost of living being so high and the lack of raises in pay, currently I am being forced to work part-time jobs on top of my career to make ends meet. New teachers like me need veteran teachers as our mentors, and we're losing so many of them because the district has failed to give them appropriate raises. In addition, teacher assistants and other school staff deserve to be paid a livable wage. Currently, they're being paid less than people who work at Walmart. We should value the people that work so closely with our children, and paying some of them as little as $15 an hour is unethical and unacceptable. No wonder why we lack so much necessary support in our schools for our students. If we don't receive raises soon, I and many others I know will be forced to find a different job. We're worth more and we deserve better, and when the cost of living goes up and we don't get appropriate raises, it's like getting a pay cut.
This is Lisa Armand. My daughter is a rising sophomore at Bowie High School. I would like to make sure that the trustees here are aware of a decision that was made concerning a possibly be equitable for all the involved, held 2 months after the original, and will give the student extra time to work on skills that were not afforded to those who tried out on March 9th. The fails to be equitable to a tryout of 4 people at one time. And if it does not use the same 3 certified judges, doesn't use the same criteria and scoring system, and comparability to other students trying out at the same time, it fails to be equitable. Tryout is not required to learn and practice the same material in the same amount of time is not equitable. And a tryout first that are required by every tried out March 9th is not equitable. We are prepared as parents to file grievances based on these inequities. We are here in support of and their efforts and the parameters that they have set of the code of conduct. And
hello, Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent Segura. My name is Megan Vasquez, and I'm a PE teacher at Becker, president of APER, OC member of Ed Austin, and Elementary Teacher of the Year. I'm calling about Agenda Item 8.2, the Central Area Standards of Service. I agree with Principal of the Year, Keith Moore, that equity is above equality. How do these redesigned parameters center equity? How are we being intentional and strategic to make sure that we are creating a system that supports equity? Which campuses are receiving more music, art, and PE minutes? Which campuses teachers have more instructional minutes? Which campuses teachers have more planning minutes? Do the answers to these questions reflect intentional equity? We need transparency. Also, do the plans campuses have created show respect and regard for all teachers and staff? Librarians and counselors were not included in the parameters for a reason, but I've seen schedules that use both. Are PE teachers still being asked to provide more PE minutes to an unsafe amount of students, all without positive acknowledgement or compensation? We have Central Area Supervisors at Central who have experience and wisdom. Why are they not listed as a contact when people have questions regarding allocations, pairings, and hirings? For the staffing ratio, if a school is allocated 2 TAs, can they have the option of 2 TAs or swapping for 1 certified PE? Can we please allow people to participate in person for info sessions? This is the only time we can comment during a board meeting without being restricted by an agenda item. We have 10 more school days left. We need guidance. Thank you so much for your time.
I would like to make sure every trustee here is made aware of a decision that was made concerning tryout Bowie High School. The claims made that led to this decision were not investigated, nor were the coaches involved questioned before action was taken. The claims are false with no evidence. By making this decision, you are disregarding all of our concerns as parents and completely undermining the coaches, not to mention going against your own rules and policies. What kind of example are you setting for our cheerleaders? The one that cheerleaders can't be held accountable for their actions, their behaviors, yet are expected to follow the rules and procedures? You are setting a dangerous precedent that will affect all teams and all schools. Your decision has shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved. I'm truly shocked and disappointed that for some reason you're only showing respect and support who goes above and beyond to continuously slander and bully. You're putting our children at risk by this decision and sending a clear message and can make claims against teachers, staff, and students without sustaining such claims. I urge you to overturn your decision and do what is best for all students. This is Adria Wright.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Escobedo. I am a proud Education Austin member. I'm urging you to vote yes on the pay raise. This pay raise will help me make ends meet. I'm a single mom, provide for my 2 boys, and take the load off of some stresses of what bills to pay, what bills not to pay, and I will no longer worry about that or stress, or at least the stress will be less. I am a custodian at the Ann Richards Young Women Leader School, and this pay raise is something that we all need. We work really hard, we work a lot, and I feel that we deserve our worth. So yes, this pay raise would help all of us tremendously and would help most of us pay bills that we don't get to pay most of the time. Again, my name is Rebecca Escobedo, and I urge you to vote yes to the pay raise. Thank you so much.
I am Amy Davis. I'm a Bowie parent. I would like for every trustee here to be aware of the decision that was made concerning team tryout at Bowie High School. The claims that led to this decision that possibly fall under FFH local guidelines were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before the action was taken. According to your student code of conduct, campus teams may develop and enforce standards of conduct that are higher than the district-developed student code of conduct. This is a dangerous precedent that you are setting with this ruling that will affect all teams at all schools with established policies and tryouts. Cheerleading is a sport, and the safety of our athletes will be put at risk when there is no accountability for actions. Have you, as trustees, acted in good faith with the policies you set forth? Your decision has shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty deserve transparency and answers from the Board of Trustees. You will continue to lose exemplary coaches and teachers if you do not act now. Protect your teachers, protect your coaches, protect your staff.
My name is Monica. I'm calling to advocate for the coaches, staff, and administration at Bowie High School. Good evening, trustees. I would like to make sure every single one of you here is aware of a decision that was made concerning a tryout for a Bowie High School. The claims made for this decision were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before action was taken. The board disregarded its own public policies in reaching this decision. I ask you, the board we trust, with not only the education, but the safety of all of our children, why are you ignoring the rights of the 47 athletes who behave in accordance with James Bowie Handbook, and not only for cheer and for the school, that you ruled applied equally to all athletes in a level 2 grievance? Why are you putting our athletes and coaches at risk? This is not just a cheer issue. You have sent a message that any one person can make claims against teachers, staff, and students without substantiating such claims and overturn the decisions of those you have put in place to do what's best for all students. Your actions have shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculties deserve transparencies and answers from the Board of Trustees.
My name is Christina Wilson. I'm the parent of a Bowie High School cheerleader. I would like to make sure every trustee here is aware of the decision that was made concerning a tryout for Bowie High School. The claims made for this decision, possibly falling under FFH local guidelines, were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before action was taken. The board disregarded its own published policies in reaching this decision. I ask you, the board we trust with the education of all of our children, why are you ignoring the rights of the 47 athletes who behave in accordance with the James Bowie Cheer Handbook that you ruled, quote, applied equally to all athletes, end quote, in a level 2 grievance? This is not just a cheer team issue. You have sent the message that anyone can make claims against teachers, staff, and students without substantiating such claims and overturn the decisions of those you have put in place to do what's best for all students. Your actions have shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty deserve transparency and answers from the Board of Trustees. You will continue to lose exemplary coaches and teachers if you do not act now. Tryout cannot possibly be equitable for.
My name is Wendy Staling. I would like to make sure every trustee here is aware of a decision made concerning a team tryout at Bowie High School. The claims made for this decision were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before action was taken. The board disregarded its own published policies regarding this decision. Why are you ignoring the rights of 47 athletes who behave in accordance with the James Bowie Cheer Handbook that you ruled applied equally to all athletes in a level 2 grievance? This is not just a cheer team issue. You have sent the message that can make claims against teachers, staff, and students without validation of such claims and overturn decisions of those you have put in place to do so. You will continue to lose commendable coaches and teachers if you do not act now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ariel, and I am an 8-year teacher in Austin ISD and a proud member of Education Austin. I'm calling in regards to the budget, particularly adopting a 7% pay raise for all teachers and putting all teachers on the same pay scale. It's discouraging to make a mere couple $1,000s annually over a brand new teacher. However, maybe more challenging, it's just the low pay overall. I live alone, and my rent is over half my monthly pay. I should be able to afford to live in Austin and not worry about my bank account being empty at the end of each month. I should not have to tutor or take on summer jobs to make ends meet. I know my worth, and I'm imploring you to please show that you know the value of an educator and their experience by adopting this budget. Thank you.
This is Dr. Sultana Maglu-Hill. One of my children is attending a school district, elementary school district in the South. First question, we know that mass shooting increased in elementary schools in recent years. There are police officers with AID. However, they are usually patrolling a middle school and high school. Why don't you move them, at least some of them, to elementary schools, since there are more targeting in recent years? And two, so schools receiving some money for improvements. I would like to know when those improvements will be completed, including a secure 2-door vestibule, including bullet-resistant films, including coverage or security of open areas with fences and bulletproof glass or bullet-resistant films. And actually would like to know your timeline, this year, next year, or so on. And also, if you don't have enough police officers, why don't you have parents to chip in so you can hire police officers to...
Hello, my name is Alicia Vasquez. I am a teacher assistant for kids with special needs. I have proudly worked for Austin ISD going on 18 years. I am urging you to vote yes on the pay raise. With this pay raise, I will be able to get my daughter the help that she desperately needs to help her with her mental health. The pay we receive at the moment doesn't allow me to fully get her the counseling and treatment that she needs. I'm having to work AISD prime time after school and summer to help me financially and my family. This pay raise is extremely necessary if you want to keep your experienced teachers and hard-working classified staff who not only care about our own kids, but also our kids here at school. Show us you know we are worth it and that they are as well. Vote yes.
My name is David Mosqueda, and I would like every trustee here to be made aware of a decision concerning a tryout high school. The claims made that led to the decision falling under FHH local guidelines were not investigated or verified, nor were the coaches involved questioned before school board action was taken. All the decisions regarding this team activity were made under the table. No sense of accountability or transparency for decisions were conveyed to the program. Student Code of Conduct states campus teams may develop and enforce standards of conduct that are higher than the district-developed Student Code of Conduct. Your decision sets a dangerous precedent. Cheerleading is a physically demanding sport, and the safety of our athletes will be put at risk when there is no accountability for actions. Your decision has shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff involved that has not acted in good faith for the policies you set forth. The Bowie parents, students, and coaches and faculty deserve transparency and answers from the school board trustees. How was this decision made, and by whom and why? The mass exodus of more amazing teachers and coaches from AISD will directly lead to the deterioration of the cheer program and loss of student enrollment, not caused by COVID, high cost of Boston living, charter schools, or anything other than your actions.
Good evening, trustees. My call is in regard to a decision that was made concerning a tryout at James Bowie High School. There are 47 athletes on that team that follow a code of conduct and behave in accordance with a handbook that the Board of Trustees ruled was applied equally to all athletes in a Level 2 grievance. And yet, the board has disregarded its own published policies in regard to this decision. Why are the rights of 47 athletes being ignored? Why were this team's coaches not questioned before action was taken? We don't know. The claims that are being made for this decision, possibly falling under FFH local guidelines, were not investigated or verified. The board is sending the message that can make unsubstantiated claims against teachers, staff, and students, and these claims can overturn decisions of those that you have put in place that are supposed to do what's best for all students, all of them. Your actions have shown a complete lack of respect and support for the staff and students involved. The Bowie parents, students, coaches, and faculty all deserve transparency and honesty and answers from the Board of Trustees. You'll continue to lose exemplary coaches and teachers if you don't act.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Martín Monsiváis, soy empleado del Departamento de Transportación de la Base Sur y quiero pedirle a ustedes, soy miembro de Educación Austin, quiero pedirle a ustedes, a los miembros del School Board, que acepten, que voten a favor de la propuesta de Education Austin y para el aumento salarial. Que ya se llegó a un arreglo, ya estuvieron de acuerdo con el superintendente, solo falta que ustedes voten a favor de esa propuesta, la cual va a ser benéfica para todos los empleados de transportación y en general para todos los empleados del distrito, que nos va a ayudar bastante y vamos a seguir trabajando aquí y seguir proveyendo el trabajo, el servicio a todos los niños, que es lo más importante, a los estudiantes del distrito escolar de Austin. Muchas gracias y por favor aprueben esta propuesta. Muchas gracias.
This is an English interpretation of Martin Monsiváis' message. Good evening. My name is Martin Monsiváis. I'm an employee for the Transportation Department, South Base. I'm a member of Education Austin, and I want to ask you, members of the board, that you accept, that you vote in favor of the Education Austin proposal for increasing the salary, an arrangement that has already been reached. They have already agreed with the superintendent. You just need to vote in favor of this proposal, which is going to be beneficial for all the employees of transportation and in general for all district employees. And it's going to help us a lot, and we will continue working here. We will continue providing the service, serving all the children, which are the most important, the students of the Austin School District. Thank you, and please approve this proposal.
Hello, my name is Roscoe McCormick. I'm a proud member of Education Austin and serve on the executive board, and I am the avid coordinator, elected teacher at Keeling Middle School. I am urging you to vote yes for pay increase. During a school year, I spend over $2,000 for supplies and student recognition in my classes. With this pay raise, I can do more for my students. I work hard for this district, and even my students. We know our work. Trustees, please show you know our work by voting yes for the pay raise. I thank you very much and hope that you will do as I asked you to do. And I'll see you down the line. Again, Roscoe McCormick. Thank you.
My name is Katie Sisk, and I am a parent of 3 students in AISD. My comment is in regards to your decision to allow a delayed tryout for athlete at Bowie High School. This is absolutely unfair and biased. As a parent of an athlete, I'm incredibly frustrated that with this decision, you are essentially negating the time, energy, and effort put forth by my child and many other athletes that behaved in accordance with a handbook we all signed to try out for the team in March. The message you're sending says students don't need to worry about expectations or rules. It really doesn't matter in the end because coaches, teachers, and school administration don't have any authority. The trustees have all the power and will swoop in to save you. Sadly, it is my understanding that you didn't do your due diligence in your investigation prior to making the decision to allow a tryout. Not interviewing your staff or others involved in this situation seems like you made an incredibly important misstep on your part. We are demanding that the trustees take the time to collect information from parties involved in the situation in order to make a fair and unbiased judgment. And if you feel you've done this, we ask for a meeting with trustees and the superintendent to understand how the district plans to manage the impact.
Okay, I believe that concludes the public comment. Before I ask trustees for questions, I would like to ask our board counsel, Christine Badillo, if you could provide an overview of what trustees can and cannot do with regards to grievances and communications publicly.
Sure. With regard to grievances, particularly employee or parent/student grievances, those matters are going to be confidential for the most part. Particularly with parent and student complaints, the information contained in those is considered an education record and it's confidential. So what that means is that the document itself, a grievance document, would be confidential. Any of the material aspects of it would be confidential. The board's action with regard to such a grievance would be confidential, including relief granted or not. All of that is confidential, and so there's very little trustees can do to address publicly or with individuals who are not parties to the grievance any aspects of it when it relates to a student or parent complaint.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Yes.
For the superintendent, a caller mentioned that librarians and counselors will be in the rotation or could possibly be in rotation in the new essential areas design, and I'm just wanting to get clarification on whether they were pulled out or if they're going to be included in the new standards.
I'd like to have Gilbert Hicks, our interim chief of schools, provide a response.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gilbert Hicks, interim chief of schools. No, they are not part of the rotation.
Okay, so then when we're because I know that we had discussed like a checklist, I guess, or whatever, or like I saw it listed out in the standards, like it must meet like 6A, 6B, all of these. One of the things I didn't see in there was where it said, heads up, don't stick librarians in there because you can't use them.
Right, they're not generally part of the rotation. I think there are some schools where librarians have asked to be included, and so they might be poked in certain places, but it's not a general part of the rotation. It's not an expectation by any stretch of the imagination. Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Zapata.
So I think this is a question for Mr. Ramos. There was a caller that mentioned the SSLP's increase.
Brandy.
Oh, it's Randy, I'm
Yes.
sorry. So it was
Chief
a
Hosek, would
budget,
you mind
it
coming up?
was a budget question, sorry.
I think I know the answer.
So are they included? I mean, I just want to get it on record of it. They are included in this new budget as an
Yes, ma'am.
increase?
SLPs are included in the budget. They are included in the related services for the 7%.
Okay, great, thank you. And then there was a caller that, oh, I don't think it's you, it's on safety. Thank you. Who would be that?
It depends on the.
Okay, so the question is on the repairs. Will there be an update on safety repairs? I know there were safety audits done, and so the caller was concerned about the timeline on those unsafe findings.
Hello. We can certainly follow up with any repairs that we have specific questions on.
Okay.
And Trustee Sabata, so the way the process works is once an audit is completed, we prioritize the work orders that are generated out of that, and then the service center will complete those work orders and promote them because they are identified as safety and security related. I'd have to go back and see specifically which element of it that we're referring to. Sometimes it's a very simple locking mechanism, sometimes it's a larger, more complicated fence solution. So it just really depends, but we can look into that.
Okay, so is that something that you think would be done before the next school year starts?
Oh, absolutely. We are so this is an ongoing process. It actually started last summertime whenever TEA started the process. We already had internal processes, but we adopted a process to be compliant with TEA in the state of Texas regarding safety and security assessments. We assessed all of our doors, our locking mechanisms, and we created an internal process to manage those work orders. Those walks occur every single week, and so as we identify any new issues, we repair them. And so over the course of the summer, we'll do another deep audit and address any additional concerns. It actually also is a great opportunity to do those larger projects that we can't do during the school year.
And to add to that, thank you, Interim Superintendent Segura. Our campus administrators and also some of our campus team, as a part of that TEA requirement, is doing weekly door sweeps to ensure the functionality of the doors and the latches. And so, like Superintendent Segura said, that it's ongoing, and if there's any issue, that it's prioritized in our work order system, and we send out a locksmith or whatever it may be immediately.
Okay, great. All right, and I think my last question is on the Police Association plan.
Yes, I can. I mean, myself or Brandy can probably speak to that. So I have not seen the plan. I am aware of it. One of the things that I did do about 6, maybe 4 weeks ago is met with the police department, and it was made known to me that there is a plan, or at least a structure of a plan through the, I guess it would be the equivalent of the Education Austin, but for the police department. So it's a smaller group. So we are trying to schedule that meeting. I don't have the details of when that is scheduled, but I do want you to know that compensation for the police department is included within this budget. And then Brandy, I don't know if you want to add any details specifically about what that looks like, but the police department does have classified staff. They have a variety of different folks, but all of them are getting salary increases as
That
part
is
of this
correct,
budget.
sir. Trustee, the police department is currently included in our compensation plan with the $4 flat raise for all of our officers.
So the officers are considered classified?
They are hourly, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Before you leave,
sorry,
I would love a little more clarity on the call about the SLP raise, and that I know the proposals includes 20% to PACE pay for LSSPs and diagnosticians, and then the 7% for special education related services, and just some clarity on kind of where and why those lines were drawn would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. There was a tremendous push to raise the base for LSSPs and DIAGs to help with really tackling our first obstacle, which is clearing a backlog. And so that was very intentional. We did do a market analysis for our SLPs. They are well deserving of a raise, absolutely. We also pulled them out onto their own scale and got them out of the AP scale, rebuilt a scale for them so they will also have the same benefit of the 7% or better of placement, to make sure that especially our employees who have been with us are not making less than anyone coming into the district. But we will continue to monitor SLPs. We did do a market analysis. We were actually right at a 7% on an adjustment need, and so we will continue to monitor that to make sure that we provide the best compensation we can for them.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the one thing I would point out is, pulling them out on their own scale provides immense flexibility as you move forward. That, to me, I think is the one thing that we don't often talk about, but it's very difficult when you have to promote an entire scale that includes thousands of people. But if we break this out, it actually creates opportunities to continue to build upon the 7% moving forward.
That is correct.
Trustee
It's not a
Kaufman.
question, but I just want to echo what you've already said, President Singh, just to thank the many people in the audience tonight who've been waiting for the public comment, to thank them for their patience as we went through that. And I know it's a late night, so I just want to express the gratitude for all the staff members who patiently answered our questions all night as well.
Any other questions or clarifications? No? Okay. All right. So we will now go back to where we were with the agenda preview. We're almost done. So if you'll recall, we were just previewing the agenda for the voting meeting. That we're now on section 11, which is facilities. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay. All right, the next section is 12, human resources. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Nope. Okay. The next is section 13, policy. Are there any questions on the policy items? All right, and then 14 is other. You're just gonna have to guess what that is. No, but those are
Memorandum of understanding.
various, just various MOUs, and with the University of Texas. Actually, it seems like they all are MOUs and interlocal contracts. Any questions on any of those? All right. Well, this will end our regular agenda preview. So, oh yes. Yes. 10.6? Sure.
I wanted to ask about 10.6, approval of contract for, I was just curious if the SHAC has, it gives us any input, or do we ask for input on things like this that's related to health?
Okay. So I'm smiling because this is the one about tortilla products, and we were joking earlier, Trustee Boswell and I, that we love that there's tortillas on our agenda, but yes.
So regarding with whether SHAC provides any input,
Yeah.
so Christine, do you want to?
I can speak to that. Thank you for the question. I'll try to give a pretty general answer. So this is a contract for the food service department to provide many different vendors.
Right.
Some of those vendors are direct delivery, so it's products. Some of those are essentially distributors as well, and so it's a conglomerate of that. There are, if you have specific questions about the specific vendors, I'd be glad to answer those questions.
Well, but the SHAC, I'm sorry, Trustee Sabata, but the SHAC, which I believe was the question, that we do not currently have the avenue of getting input from them regarding items that are related to food. That's not something we have previously done. Typically what we look to is our nutritionists, the folks within the food service division to provide the guidelines, and then also be in compliance with
EDA.
Yeah, that's right,
Yes.
Texas Department of Agriculture.
So the food service department follows the national school lunch guidelines. And those are very strict standards that all school districts that participate in the National School Breakfast, National School Lunch program have to follow. And there are requirements for everything that you can think of, calorie, fat, all of that. So the shack is also, our dietitian is on the shack as well. So in that regard, yes, but following nutritional guidelines.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Where did we leave off? I think that was it, right? Oh, yes, we were on other. Okay, so other. Any questions on that? Okey-doke. Okay, so this ends our regular agenda preview. So we will now recess the open meeting at 10:42 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. When we are finished with the exec session, we will briefly return to open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. So thank you for joining us and have a great evening. All right, so we will return to open meeting at 11:34 p.m. Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at 11:34 p.m. Thank you.